Okay, we're going to begin. Welcome everyone to July 31st, 2013, meeting of the Palo Alto Planning and Transportation Commission with our guests for a joint session of the Architectural Review Board. Secretary Elner, please call roll.
Commissioner Alchek.
Present.
Commissioner Keller. Commissioner King.
Present.
Chair Martinez.
Present.
Vice Chair Michael.
Present.
Commissioner Pinelli.
Present.
Commissioner Tanaka.
Present.
We have 6 commissioners present. ARB board members. Board member Alizadeh.
Present.
Board member Liu.
Present.
Vice Chair Lippert.
Present.
Chair Malone Pritchard.
Present.
Board member PAP. 5 Architectural Review Board members present.
Okay, with the Commission's indulgence, we are going to postpone the oral communications until our normal 6 o'clock or 6:15 start date for our regular session. Is that okay, Ms. City Attorney?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Today we're fortunate to have a joint session with the Architectural Review Board. Our discussion tonight is going to be about the sidewalk widths and relations to building of sidewalks, particularly around El Camino Real, South El Camino Real, in light of recent developments and the City Council's directive and a colleague's memo for both the Planning Commission and the ARB to consider this along with our planning staff's input. We're going to begin with staff report from Chief Planning Official Amy French.
Thank you, Chair Martinez, and welcome, and thank you for being here. The purpose of tonight's study session is to begin the conversation with the PTC jointly with ARB to define the scope of the issues raised by the City Council that was directing staff, the Planning Commission, and ARB to work together to review sidewalk widths and how buildings address the street. It's not a new topic for public discussion. The ARB has had several retreats at this point, discussions about El Camino. We've had the good fortune to have Bruce Vakuji, who is to my right here, attending those and looking into how the current South El Camino Real guidelines are operating for us. It's very timely. We have the Grand Boulevard Initiative, which is picking up steam. I earlier sent an email, not much earlier than tonight's meeting, since I just received it, a link to this Grand Boulevard Initiative Task Force presentation, which just was presented on the 26th of June. There's some good core messages. The first is that El Camino Real can and should be more people-friendly, and people-friendly places are safer, healthier, and more accessible. So those are 2 messages there. So the next steps for this group is at the conclusion, we're interested in hearing your suggestions for either jointly or separately where we would like to take this, prior to looking at the actual documents. Our presentation tonight is intended to help define the scope of issues and talk about the related issues, the El Camino Real and other major thoroughfares that were mentioned by the Council in their memo. We have some background information in the report, which had quite a bit in there. And so I wanted to mention that at pre-commission meeting today, a commissioner had requested some information about Menlo Park, who recently adopted a specific plan. It has some information. I've incorporated that into the PowerPoint. So without further ado, I'm going to begin. Okay. Where am I? At the top?
Just hit F5.
Oh, thank you, F5. Yay.
Excuse me, Ms. French. I just want to acknowledge that Commissioner Keller has arrived shortly after we began the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. So, beginning with a few images of built projects in Palo Alto. This is actually on Middlefield. I labeled this what pedestrians and trees want. It's a comfortable space for pedestrians to walk and for trees to grow. Pedestrians want safe crossings. This is the pilot project over at Stanford and El Camino, where we got a grant to improve crossings and eliminate pork chop islands. This is Amsterdam, but this would be something that would be something bicyclists might want in an ideal world. We really want to talk about what are people reacting to, defining the problem, what do people want, and next steps. So what are the urban design and architectural design issues people are reacting to? We have a few projects. The first, Arbor Real, was the one that started all of this conversation back in 2005-06 when it was constructed. And this one followed the El Camino Real guidelines and context-based design criteria, and was approved at director level following ARB. This is the Alma Village, formerly known as Alma Plaza, a PC. People have been commenting on this one. We have the Jewish Community Center, Campus for Jewish Life auditorium there. And you don't see all of the auditorium, but obviously it's bigger than what you're seeing. And there's the sidewalk in front of it. And then we have the more recent affordable housing project with its concessions for sidewalk setback. And part of this then is land use. Are people reacting to the building uses? Some of these are residential at the ground floor. Could different setbacks be appropriate based on land use? And is this also a consideration of what does the wall look like? Wall type, glassy walls versus solid walls, landscaping, different setbacks, different streets. So there's a few potential solutions to look through. We look at our zoning code. Our zoning code does have build to lines. There are setbacks in there that were based and adopted by the council based on the El Camino Real guidelines. And looking at the right-of-way itself and what are the functions in the right-of-way, how are we handling this regionally, and what's coming down the pike for this. We want to talk about identifying changes and where those are needed. We have existing different, and I have some images there for the different documents and as to right-of-way and sidewalks, what's missing, what's needed. Do we need to look at the urban design? What are the design principles that we have now? And what are we looking for location specific for sidewalk designs? So here's basically, and this is in your packet as well, but the 120-foot existing right-of-way on El Camino with 8-foot wide sidewalks. This is something that the El Camino Real guidelines, the master schematic design plan, and the zoning code were to address, to widen it from 8 feet to an effective 10, 12, 13. So this is still the El Camino Real master schematic design plan, which showed a 10-foot sidewalk and 3-foot additional area for entry zone from the buildings. So we have these images in your staff report just briefly for the public. They show different possibilities for sidewalk widths. This is the Grand Boulevard, the section there, and it looked at 18 feet wide section with a 4-foot spill-out zone, as they call these. In this slide, it's showing an 8-foot area at the edge for furnishing and trees. This area is 8 feet. And then this is 10 feet from here to the building. This image shows, this is also the Grand Boulevard. Again, it shows an 8-foot walking zone, a 6-foot amenity zone, and a 4-foot spill-out zone. This is the spill-out zone. We have our other operative document, the 2002 South El Camino Real guidelines that were adopted for use by the ARB. And then later, the council adopted the context-based criteria and zoning, which implemented many of these concepts. But the concepts are that there are nodes and corridors. The nodes are the pedestrian areas that are, and the corridors are more less pedestrian friendly, I suppose. There are different standards in the guidelines for how much of your building comes forward when you're in a pedestrian node, which is 75% of the building. In the corridors, it's a 50% of your building mass at the build to line. And again, the zoning code derives from this standard and has a 50% requirement. And this is true as well on San Antonio and Middlefield, not just El Camino. So one of the thoughts is the pedestrian node a location to explore, wider sidewalks and areas there and treatments. This is our South El Camino design guideline. It shows what this 12-foot wide effective sidewalk means. It's from the curb to the face of the building. So from the property line to the building is a 4-foot donation, and from this point, the property line to the curb is the remaining 8 feet that is in place today. And within that 8 feet, the trees. So that's what is being built on El Camino now when folks come through the process. We do try to encourage additional amenities back in this building area. And then here's a sidewalk concept that shows, in this case, 2 trees, which provides that kind of where arboreal, and you have the 2 trees you walk through along with this. So again, I did provide the Menlo, I did research the Menlo Park, which was requested. They have approved their specific plan at 15 feet for El Camino Real, sidewalks from the curb to the setback of the building or the landscaping here. So that is inclusive of the edge zone and the trees furnishings. And then, of course, they have a variation. It's not the same all along that street of El Camino. And then the downtown has other standards. So we can come back to this slide if anyone's interested. I don't want to delay the discussion with the group. So anyone have anything else to add from staff? Okay. We're here for questions.
Through the chair, the only thing I'd like to add is just to reiterate what Amy said earlier, that this is just the beginning of the conversation, that obviously tonight with 12 people up there commenting, there's not a lot of time for discussion, but this came from the council colleagues memo as well as a discussion within the community. Tonight's really to begin the conversation about defining the scope of the problems so that later we come back and start to define solutions.
Okay, is there any further staff report?
Not at this time.
Our consultant doesn't want to add anything at this time, or are you just here for support? Okay, well.
Yeah, time at the end.
Okay, I'm going to, since the ARB has been doing some thinking about this at retreats and in their meetings, I'm going to let Chair Malone Pritchard lead the discussion with the ARB board members, and then we'll open it up to the commission to add into it. Chair.
Thank you. As has already been stated, I think what we're really looking for here is to define a problem so that we can then come up with some ways to address the problem, which will probably include additional meetings and subcommittees, et cetera. But I would like board members to weigh in on some of the high points of our discussions from our retreats. So I'm going to start with board member Liu. Do you have any particular high points you wanted to raise?
Well, I think one of the issues is which Amy mentioned briefly, was the ground floor uses. So we do have on El Camino like residential hotel units. Actually, on Alma we have ground floor bedroom units right on the street, which is kind of contrary to like the pedestrian, having high quality pedestrian areas where you really want more lively uses like ground floor retail. And I think that the applicants too, the projects that have come through, they've really struggled with trying to figure out how to design for that. And I don't think that our design guidelines really give them enough information or enough direction on where the city would like to go with that.
Before we go further, I wanted to open the public hearing. If you're members of the public that care to speak on this issue, we're going to leave it open through our discussion. You can fill out a speaker card that's at the back of the room, turn it into staff, and we'll give time for the public to weigh in a little bit later on.
Board Member Lippert, did you have anything to point out?
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, this is a rather important discussion with regard to width of sidewalks, because eventually it's going to define the complexion of El Camino Real and hopefully lead us into some new El Camino Real design guidelines. So it's really a leading piece here to what we want El Camino Real to look like. The problem is that in order to have successful sidewalks, there's really three elements that I can see that we need to have. First is that the sidewalks need to have interest. And by that, what I mean is not just interesting buildings, but in order for people to want to walk along them, they need to see things going on. So retail, again, and I'm using that as an idea, is important because people coming out of the communities, the adjacent residential communities, and then walking up El Camino Real are going to want to see and be able to go to places or destinations. And that's the second element, is destinations. And when I say destinations, they need to be walkable destinations. So we've already defined from transit nodes, half a mile is a walkable distance to a destination. And we allow for certain parking reductions as associated with that. Well, walking along El Camino Real, half a mile is reasonable. If something doesn't happen of interest along El Camino Real for half a mile, people aren't going to walk there. And then the third piece is safety. And what I mean by safety is comfort. Pedestrians walking along El Camino Real do not want cars or buses or even bicyclists whizzing by at 35, well, not bicyclists whizzing by at 35 miles an hour, but people, traffic coming by at 35 miles an hour. So in some ways, El Camino Real, we have to think about it in terms of maybe we have to begin to look at levels of service, because otherwise people are not going to feel comfortable enough to be able to walk El Camino Real. So I'm just throwing that out there as talking points, but that's where I would like to begin the discussion.
Thank you. Board Member Elisa Day.
Thanks. I'll just toss out a few ideas as well, and I agree with the other board members. I think for me, the definition of the problem in a way is that we're trying to create an urban feel out of something which is actually very suburban. It's a thoroughfare. So for me, in order for that to work, we have to be very specific about these pedestrian zones, these nodes, which are in the design guidelines. So in other words, there are bookends where this occurs. We have to be, I think even more for me, sidewalks are important, but the land use, as has been mentioned, especially at the ground floor level, is probably one of the more important things, because if you want people to stroll, there has to be something of interest. And then on top of that, all of the other street life elements which would need to be incorporated. So awnings, plantings, furniture, lighting. I think about California Avenue and how successful that is. And if that's the feel that we're after, I think we have to think about what are the elements which are making that successful there. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
And Board Member Pop.
Thank you. I'm very appreciative of the comments that have already come, and I'll be happy to just echo what other people have said. I think that's great. Bring up sort of the practical component of this. And the goal here is to cause change and to create the space that we're dreaming about, right? To get these wider sidewalks, to get a more robust canopy along El Camino, to make it safe and make it a focal point of our community and really a destination that people seek out. And the concern that I have is that if we are starting to really impact the parcels along El Camino, and I think that our particular little slice of El Camino here is challenged in some ways because the parcels which occur along it, particularly in some of these more pedestrian-oriented nodes where we'd be more focused on having the wider sidewalks, many of those parcels are quite shallow in their depth from El Camino. And so if we start to eat into those parcels and create demand and obligation for those parcel owners, I'm concerned that if we don't do this the right way, that people will not redevelop their properties. And I think that one of the things we need to talk about in a very serious way as we go through this discussion is what will incentivize people to create the change that we're looking for, and make sure that the dreams and the hopes that we have are balanced with the practicalities of the zoning regulations, and that we recommend the right type of change within the zoning regulations in order to ensure that the things we're dreaming about come to fruition.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with everything that my fellow board members have said. I have been struggling with some of the projects that we get, as Board Member Liu has, because our rules are very, very specific about what setbacks should be, and they're not specific to how a setback relates to the use of a project, and specifically the ground floor uses that may not really be exciting and interesting as a street face are allowed in the zoning. And then we say we need to bring the wall all the way up to the sidewalk. So those are two conflicting rules in our zoning ordinance. So I would like to see some more flexibility in the rules that really appreciate the different uses and what the appropriateness is of those distances to the sidewalk. I also think the rules ought to have something to do with the nature of the wall. A solid wall at the edge of a sidewalk is a very different thing from a wall that has a lot of windows in it. And the setbacks probably should be different in those cases. And then lastly, I definitely agree with Board Member Pop about the incentives. We can write all the rules we want, but if there's no incentive for developers to follow those rules, we will not see new development and the rules will not be implemented.
I have a question for you, Chair. Can you give us one or two examples of the kind of incentives that might work? Or Board Member Pop, either one.
I think right now there are some very specific regulations relative to height of a building adjacent to a residential zone. Many of those parcels back onto residential zones. I think that there are opportunities to allow for potentially additional height beyond what is currently permitted in order to gain back FAR that you might lose if you're pulling the building back. I think that there's probably, as we've discussed, some rules about where walls go that are in place right now that might not necessarily be very helpful to developers or to design that should be reconsidered. Claire, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I think the incentives that tend to be most attractive to developers are floor area ratio and perhaps a change in the percentages of varying uses that are allowed.
Yeah, in our retreat when we were talking about this, also if you're going to, if there's going to be a taking, in other words, require that a building actually set back, then they should be able to make up that FAR in height and density.
Yes, go ahead.
And I'll bring up one more thing that we discussed just briefly, and it is in conflict with what I understand about trees and canopy. But one of the things that occurs to me is that potentially, while the first floor might want to step back, upper levels might be able to project out. And so there's an opportunity to gain back some of the FAR because that is such a key element in the development and just running a pro forma about whether development works or not. So although it might impact the canopy, with enough finesse, this may be something that would be an opportunity that would give you back something you might lose.
Okay, commissioners, this is your opportunity to weigh in on this. Commissioner Keller, way down at the end.
Thank you. So firstly, I think that the way I would define the problem is that buildings are too close to the street and particularly too tall and imposing, giving a fortress-like appearance. And if you look at, for example, 801, Alma certainly looks like a fortress. In fact, the little windows kind of look like somebody's going to shoot arrows out of them, as in a one of these fortresses that you find in Europe. But I think that handling this through a special setback requirement on El Camino and on certain other streets seems to be a reasonable way to handle this. For example, if the ordinance to the City Council on the density bonus law is as we recommended it, then they cannot override special setbacks through bonus concessions. And in particular, if you notice, the reason people like the Middlefield Road appearance is because there's a special setback on Middlefield Road. There's also a special setback on Alma, but for some reason that I can't understand, the Alma Village project was built using the El Camino design guidelines as opposed to the 30-foot setback on Alma Street. So I never understood that. One thing is that I also don't quite understand the idea of the requirement to build two lines. It seems that there's actually interest that can be gotten from buildings that set back a little bit more or a bit less, and that if the new buildings are actually set back further, or if there's even further setback in order to have a restaurant with outdoor seating, that's not a bad thing from my point of view. But the issue is that the reason we don't want the buildings set back a far distance is because we don't want parking in there. We'll just prohibit parking in front of the building on the major street. Because that's the real objective, is to have the building so that you don't have parking in front of it. You want parking in the rear. Well, you can address that directly rather than indirectly with the build to line. Secondly, I have grave concern about narrowing the right-of-way on El Camino Real in general without carefully considering the traffic impacts. Anybody who drives in rush hours Menlo Park in the section where it's 2 lanes instead of 3 knows that that's a bottleneck that's extremely hard to get through. And I would not encourage something like that happening in Palo Alto. I think that would be a mistake. And I think that would drive more traffic off of El Camino onto Alma Street, which can barely handle it, and onto Middlefield and other north-south routes. So I think that's problematic. I like the idea of retail use on ground floor. It seems mainly the problem is in residential properties, developments, and in particular hotels, and that we allow 2.0 FAR but don't require any retail use as a part of the hotel. It seems to me that if the hotel has a restaurant, placing it on the front would make sense, and perhaps we can adjust that. I'm also concerned about the idea that we have to incentivize change. I don't think it's our job to incentivize change per se. We don't have to encourage developers to redevelop. If they want to redevelop under the rules that we set up, fine. If they don't want to redevelop under the rules we set up, then don't. But I don't think we have to incentivize change as if we want the whole city to be built out and expand in the next 10 years. Most of the citizens I talk to actually want to slow down development, not speed it up. And incentivizing change actually speeds up development and expansion, which I think is problematic. However, to the extent that we have to incentivize change, considering, as Board Member Pop mentioned, that residential often happens before, so is often adjacent to these commercial properties, then increasing the density or increasing the height would impact those residential properties even more. And therefore, to the extent that we could have a transferable development right that basically allows you to put the development where it might not be as impactful, I'd be more interested in something like that if incentives are required than incentives that impacted adjacent residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see you don't have much opinion about this. Commissioner Pinelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take a step back and just maybe challenge the basic premise. We talk about Grand Boulevard, and we have this vision. And when I think of Grand Boulevard, and I've shared this with some of my colleagues before, when I think of Grand Boulevard, I think of Las Ramblas and Barcelona or places like that. Exactly. My concern, though, is that we're sitting here sort of in our ivory towers pontificating about what we believe the right code provision in the code will be that will compel this change to occur. I think that's perhaps a bit, well, I'll just say that I think that's unlikely. I think the market will do what the market will do given whatever the rules are there. I would like us to take a step back and say, let's look at what has worked in the past, maybe other projects that are of a similar scope, and maybe not only ones that are successful, but ones that have failed, because I think we could have an opportunity to learn from maybe other jurisdictions that have tried and not succeeded, and maybe we could learn from that, like what not to do. And something that during the presentation that just occurred to me, and I haven't really thought it through, but I'd like to mention it now. Ms. French, could you put up the slide with the nodes and corridors? Yeah, I thinking of this concept of nodes and corridors, I wonder if it's maybe a little ambitious for us to try to impose a one-size-fits-all approach where we expect vibrant ground floor retail from the Menlo Park border to the Mountain View border. I have a really hard time envisioning that I could walk from one border to the other and it would just be this constant stream of bars and restaurants and retail services. I don't think that's, going back to your point, you talked about sort of half a mile as kind of the ideal for a pedestrian.
Half a mile is a metric. It's used in planning principles for what's a walkable distance for people to actually go to a destination. Beyond that, they usually get in a vehicle and they drive.
Thank you for that clarification. So I wonder if it maybe makes more sense for us to say that that's what we want to see in the nodes, but maybe the corridors we can be a little bit more flexible. And we were talking about incentives before. How do we sort of compel this change? Maybe the way to compel this change is to say, you know what, in the corridors, we're okay with something besides ground floor retail. And maybe there are some kind of transferable credits that say, if you do the ground floor retail in the nodes, you can apply those benefits to not do ground floor retail in the corridors. It's an idea. I haven't thought it through. It could be a horrible idea.
Good. Commissioner King?
Thank you. So I'm relatively new to the commission and new to this issue, so I don't have strong opinions formulated. But I do have, I guess, stepping back to understand the problem, if we're saying we want change, I guess a question that I hope we would fully flesh out is, well, who's we and what is the change we want? Personally, I think there's quite a difference on some of these with the different perception that a pedestrian would have versus a driver. And I suspect that for me, one, I'm somewhat of a skeptic about the Grand Boulevard with the traffic moving at 35 to 45 miles an hour being what everyone would envision as the ideal Grand Boulevard. And I don't, for instance, I think the development, the condo development at Charleston and El Camino, to me, it hasn't really struck me as being too close, and I haven't had that perception, I think, based on the busy traffic flow and the scope of El Camino Real. However, both the market at the Alma Village project and the 801 Alma, those I really notice and personally I don't care for. And I suspect that most of the response that generated, or citizen response that generated the colleague's memo was more people driving by. You don't see a lot of people, 801 Alma, there is some foot traffic, but certainly the Alma Village, you rarely see people walking along there, so I don't think it's the pedestrian element. So I hope that we start out with a basis of what is the input that we're responding to. I have a question. So if, and this is for Senior Assistant Attorney Silver, so if in fact there were many of these, certainly on El Camino, the parcels are constrained. So if you do push back on the setback, for the most part, all the projects seem to be maximizing height anyhow. And so so typically it seems that's coming in at 3 stories with our current height limit. And so there's really no way to go up if there are constraints around the perimeter that they can't push back somewhere. And so if we were to make a change to the setback, that would be, is there a potential then that is considered a taking and we run into big issues there?
Thank you. Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. The law of takings is very complicated, and it is actually evolving as we speak. There was a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the takings clause that pushes the limit a little bit further. And so really we have to look at this on a case-by-case basis, and we typically do take a look at each project as it comes through for that type of analysis. In general, when you're requiring that the property dedicate land to the city for a setback or for a street or public access, there is a potential takings issue unless there is a nexus to the project in question for that dedication.
I'm sorry, the word you used, there is a what?
There's a legal nexus. And so the project has to have some type of impact that would require mitigation via the taking of that parcel.
Got it. So I guess we're not precluded from that as a solution, but there could be issues. Okay. And so I guess the discussion then around the transfer of development rights, that might be a viable option. Okay. I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Elchuk.
I don't think I can be as serious as all of you people at this time. So we're going to have to be a little more lighthearted. I think one of my concerns is that this task requires a little bit more, joyful approach. So I hope that, everybody's that no one's died or anything. So I think I sort of love this idea of the Grand Boulevard. I have the same concerns I think that Commissioner Keller has. Where does the traffic go that uses El Camino, and how will that change? And but then at the same time, part of me feels like El Camino in Palo Alto does not need to be a way to get from A to B for the rest of the communities in the Bay Area. People in Redwood City who want to get to Mountain View can go around. I don't know if we should be so concerned with that, and maybe it's going to happen all over El Camino, and if we're the last ones to create the Grand Boulevard, then everybody will be using our El Camino to get from one Grand Boulevard area to another, which is really unappealing. I can think of a few streets that I've spent a lot of time on internationally that have those center medians that you can walk down, and even have service facilities in those center medians, and with a clear, transition where the traffic is essentially much more residential than it is commercial, that it's not really a thoroughfare, but those areas really thrive. I don't see this vision serving residents of, residents north or east of Alma. I see this vision serving the potential future residents of El Camino, right? And so what we're really talking about is whether this area, which in some sections really feels like a freeway, or very undesirable area. No one is going to say, let's meet on El Camino, right? It's too busy and uncomfortable and ugly. And so the question is this an area where we want to create, city center space, right? That's how I sort of feel the Grand Boulevard serves. And so I think this discussion can't be really separated from a discussion of scale at the same time. This notion of setbacks and medians has to be accompanied with scale because, again, I don't think that the service and retail centers that we envision in this space would sustain or even come to fruition just based on the notion that people from Crescent Park are going to drive to El Camino Park, walk half a mile to shop. I think there has to be sort of a local community that arises as a result of this quote-unquote new development on El Camino that also helps provide, right? So that's, I mean, a lot of these images included residential and there was even something that said like a minimum of 25 feet height. There was something that said that, I can't remember where, which I think has to be a component of this. What would our minimum height be? I think there would have to be a minimum, and it probably would have to be higher than 25 feet because we would want to encourage the sort of scale that would support the, businesses that we would want to see. And I would encourage, the sort of the vision to include not just like retail, but arts and entertainment facilities, and there's the one corner of Page Mill and El Camino. There's that movie theater, Cinema Arts or whatever it's called, right? And that thing is so far set back, and I was kind of not walking, but I was spending time on that corner, in the last couple months because we were reviewing projects in that area, and I thought, God, it's such a huge setback, that property, and are we going to see potentially as a result of this discussion and the future of this Grand Boulevard notion, maybe something that comes up to the curb there, up to the setback line, right? So anyways, I think what I'm trying to say is I sort of am stuck between this notion of how severely would we affect and impact traffic, and on the other side, do we need to really be concerned with that, and should we just sort of make what we want there? And I think my response to the incentive discussion is that, Palo Alto is sort of like the San Francisco Creek. The water is coming, and if we don't design the flow, it's going to flood. So I don't think we need to encourage development. Development is coming. It's futile to sort of stop it. The land prices here are way too high. They're going to develop a nice building. Whether that building's occupied by Whole Foods or a grocery outlet is going to be the result of whether there's foot traffic and that will support, let's say, the quote-unquote premium product. So I think these buildings will get built, and I think if we incentivize the design we want, we may, and encourage this, that support feature, then maybe we will encourage the businesses we want to thrive as opposed to fail. So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tanaka.
Thank you. So I found all the comments to be pretty insightful. And in regards to the Grand Boulevard vision, overall I think I support it. I think it makes sense, and I think I share Commissioner Alczyk's view in terms of how that might turn out. But what I do also think is, and back to the slide that's on the chart right there, is that it's not necessarily even. I think that being around the nodes and transit nodes makes a lot of sense, and having focus there and bringing energy around that is probably what makes the most amount of sense. And in those places, probably having ground floor retail or something that activates the area is the right thing. I think besides the ground floor retail or some sort of activating presence would be and I think some of this is starting to happen already, some of the bike share facilities to actually help bring multiple different transit modalities there. And in regards to the potential narrowing of El Camino, I think in some places it actually might make sense. So I think the traffic studies need to be done. And I don't necessarily see El Camino has to be the place where people go from point A to point B. I think it'd be more than that. Thanks.
Vice Chair Michael.
So a big advantage of coming last is, second to last, penultimate, is that all the wisdom has come first. So I think that the ARB in particular has demonstrated a lot of careful thought and study on this. The idea of interest and destinations, which I guess was kicked off by Board Member Lippert, was I think pretty important. Actually, let me jump ahead to the notion of all the different uses that are contemplated for a street such as El Camino. And we also have this notion of other streets, other thoroughfares, which I think if there's a subcommittee that's tasked with this in the future, it would be important to differentiate guidelines. I don't think what works for El Camino works for Cal Ave or Alma. So I think that the analysis that you'd apply to that and the principles and goals are pretty distinct. But I think that farther into the future, if you're going to widen the sidewalks, and I support the idea of having this be sort of a economically neutral event, so that there's no taking from the landowners. If you widen the sidewalks not by shrinking the street, but by taking from the floor area ratio, that you ought to compensate that by allowing more height or density in some way that makes sense from a design and architectural perspective. But I think that ultimately the quality of the experience on El Camino and some of these other thoroughfares is going to be raised to the extent that we transition out of automobiles into other modalities, and transit certainly is one of those. So I think that what happens with the rail corridor, implementing the bicycle pedestrian master plan objectives, but also making sure that along El Camino, if you want it to be a pedestrian, having a destination in mind, which is for shopping or entertainment or dining or whatnot, that you wouldn't have to rely on an automobile to get there. And then I think that the comments have been made with respect to what's happening along the Grand Boulevard and the neighboring communities is important, because what we do interacts with what those other communities will do, and Palo Alto is not isolated. We're interdependent, and we want to interrelate with our neighbors and attract visitors, and vice versa. So I think that there should be, if there's certainly efforts that we recognize as a best practice in other communities, that we should be shameless in borrowing from those, or having some consistency of experience. But we shouldn't kind of set Palo Alto to be the sort of the pig and the python. If all of a sudden the experience gets differentiated in Palo Alto such that you can't get from north to south transiting through Palo Alto, that would be a negative. We need to make sure that there's a sort of a welcoming aspect to people coming to the community, but once they get here, they'll pause and enjoy the stores and the experiences, and whether they're walking or cycling or riding the bus or, heaven forbid, using their car, that it all works.
Well, the nice thing about speaking next to last is if there's any wisdom left to be said, you get to say it. So the job of speaking last is to try to pull together the bits of wisdom that commissioners and board members have spoken. And I'm going to try a bit to do that. Urban design is not a building, it's an idea. It's a vision. So Commissioner Alczek's idea of the Grand Boulevard. Let's explore this as an idea, as a vision of how to begin to sort of structure the entire length of a very big non-pedestrian place. I think Commissioner Alczek hit it right on. I mean, Commissioner Pinelli, that this is way longer than anybody would want to walk. I tried to do it on Saturday, and luckily I had my bike with me. So the idea that we should consider coming up with sidewalk widths for developers to design buildings to seems a bit misplaced. And the mode of how people transverse this area seems a little bit misplaced as well. Something is happening in this city, or in many cities around the world, and that's the idea of the importance of the automobile is losing a little bit of its grip. The idea, and Palo Alto is a perfect example, that bicycle travel is becoming more and more popular, more and more the basic use of transportation by young people and older people is happening. So I think we might begin to look at this long leg of El Camino not as a place for pedestrians to come to, but for bicyclists to come to pedal through, to make it their mode. So as commissioners, we should be looking at the street, as Commissioner Alczek has suggested. As board members, you should be looking at the relationship of the street to what's happening within it. I'd like to propose a plan to go forward, and I think it's complementary to what Commissioner Pinelli, I think, would also like to propose, and I'll let him speak to that afterwards. I'd like us to consider the 18-foot effective sidewalk width of the Grand Boulevard as a vision for us to go forward with. The commission will take a look at it in terms of what's happening at the street, including considering the very important bus mass transit that's going to be here very, very soon, with the idea of El Camino Real being a complete street for cars, for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for public transportation. And for the board members to consider what does that 18-foot effective street width mean for the buildings that you're going to be reviewing, as Commissioner Alczek said, surely are going to be coming because of the value of the properties along this area. So rather than get into the debate about whether we need to provide incentives, I would like to ask you to look at it as a different way for building developers to develop the buildings that they want to build. In other words, instead of an incentive to build more than 50 feet, it's an incentive, it's an option to build up to 4 stories, as the board has considered before, as a better way of looking at FAR than a height limit. So take ideas about like that, come up with different ways in which buildings can relate and interact with the sidewalk, entrances perhaps being closer, public spaces and sitting areas being recessed, not having continuous build-to-sidewalk facades. Come up with a strategy that helps us suggest to the City Council a different set of guidelines, a different zoning ordinance perhaps, which is even more effective than design guidelines, for us to go forward with as a vision. And it doesn't have to be the vision that gets built, because I think, as suggested, developers are going to build or not build whatever it is they want. And we could see that even within this economic development boom, it's been relatively quiet along El Camino Real. So something else is happening there that gives us the opportunity to try to work with. I want to suggest, give Commissioner Pinelli the opportunity to suggest what I think is a companion to the suggestion that the board and commission work together in different aspects of this 18-foot wide effective sidewalk. Commissioner.
I think I mentioned it before, but to repeat it, I think we all should take a homework assignment that prompts us to look at what other communities have done in developing their own sort of grand boulevard, and look at the ones that were successful and maybe what were the elements that made them successful. Perhaps it was things like sidewalk width, perhaps there were some other factors, and also look at the ones that were not so successful and try to understand why they weren't successful. And then come back and circle back and have another conversation about it.
Further comments before we move on? Done? Hands? Consultants, do you want to give us your thoughts on this?
Is this on? Thank you, Chair Martinez. No, I think it's, we came here kind of wondering how broadly or narrowly you wanted to look at the topic. I mean, it could have been as narrow as just what to do about special height or setback requirements and what to do when you have the exceptions of these local density bonus problems. But it's really encouraging to hear about the expansiveness in which you want to look at it, because there's the, the 1979 El Camino design guidelines had a vision for El Camino as a landscape boulevard so that it would look like the character of Palo Alto, most Palo Alto streets, and it's been very hard over 40 years to really realize this. So there really is an opportunity to really look at how El Camino can evolve to be a more pedestrian, bicycle, and transit-oriented street, and what the character of that could be. And I think that being able to look at that will be really beneficial for the city long term.
Great, thank you. Yes, Lee.
I just want to make one other comment. There are a number of things that you're working with, elements that you're working with here, which I think we've all inherited. Those of you who are longtime residents here of Palo Alto, remember that Barron Park only became incorporated in the 70s. Prior to that, it was county unincorporated lands, and because of that, the regulations that were in place were very different than what Palo Alto had in mind. The reason I bring this up is that, contrary to what Mr. Alchek, Commissioner Alchek had mentioned, I think that El Camino Real is about ready to pop and undergo major, how should we say, renovations, because a number of those properties that are along El Camino Real, particularly the Barron Park ones, are underutilized. To give you an example, take all of the hotels, motels along El Camino Real. Well, we now have a density of 2.0 for hotels that would allow those to actually be even denser. And once the other hotel properties come online, you'll have competition there, and other hotels will want to actually grow. You have the piece of, how shall I say, the alleyway behind the the donut shop and the rice bowl and the other, that nobody wants to take ownership for. But if they took ownership of that piece of property, well, that would allow you to have greater sidewalk and greater density along there. And those were part of unincorporated Palo Alto. So there are ample opportunities, and it's just a matter, if you don't begin to craft some sort of vision for what you want El Camino to be, what you're going to wind up with is an 18-foot wide sidewalk following the El Camino Real guidelines of the late 1970s.
Okay, somebody give us a more optimistic note to finish. Commissioner Keller, do you want to say something?
Yes. I think that it is not only the case that there's an opportunity in terms of pedestrian at the nodes. Certainly near the nodes, there's a more foot traffic, but if you think that would emanate from those nodes. But also, if you think about the fact that if you think of the buildings along El Camino are really a veneer, and behind that is residential. Often, most of El Camino south of Oregon Expressway has residential behind the veneer, and therefore that residential has the opportunity, when the street is enlivened, to visit and frequent and shop or dine at those what comes up there. So I do think that there's an opportunity here to make something that's more vibrant and better. But I think that we need to think about how to, as Commissioner Alchek refers to, the surge that's coming, how to channel that surge so that it is the kind of development we want, as opposed to the kind of development we don't want. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner King.
Yeah, this is, I guess, addressed to Commissioner Pinelli as our person giving out assignments tonight for homework. I guess part of my question, and this actually addressed everybody, is, well, can we define Grand Boulevard? I mean, I can't think of any part of El Camino offhand that I would consider that is a successful example of that. I think of, when I think of high thoroughfare streets, I think of the Alameda, parts of the Alameda as it runs through San Jose, I think are approach that, or, as in older development. Then is University Avenue, is Castro Street, are we considering those Grand Boulevards? I look at the one that I'm familiar with, I spent a fair amount of time near AT&T Park in San Francisco, and there, I believe they have probably 18 or 20 foot sidewalk setbacks from the off-ramp King Street, where it comes down just before the Caltrain, all the way through down the Embarcadero. And I consider that area quite soulless, and there's an incredible amount of development, density of condominiums, housing, some office, and yet it just never feels like it's there. It just does not have a welcoming feeling, other than maybe for the ball games. So I guess then following to that would be, if that is in fact a goal that we're going to have this assignment to look at what others have done, is there some way we can share that so we can throw out ideas, and then those of us who have time and inclination can go visit or look at those, at least on Google Maps? Is there some way that we can share our ideas of those?
Did you want to respond to that, Alex?
And through the chair, if I can make a comment afterwards as well.
Yeah, first, Commissioner Pinelli.
Well, let me address your second question first, which is, I think the proper way to share is to route it through somebody on staff. I'm guessing, well, I'll let Interim Director Ackman decide who will be that person. Regarding your first question, though, and it's a very good question, I would not consider a University Avenue or a Castro Street a good analogy, because both of those are finite, not sort of border to border avenues or thoroughfares, and they never were. I mean, at one time El Camino was the way you would get from San Jose to San Francisco before there was actually a Bayshore freeway. I don't think Castro Street or University would have ever Yeah, it was a long time ago. But the point is that it had an evolution that's very different than the evolution of those kinds of roads. So I would, for example, somebody on staff, I forget, but earlier today mentioned that Pico Boulevard in Santa Monica might be a good example of what they're trying to accomplish there might be a good example of what we're trying to accomplish with Grand Boulevard. So there might be more examples like that.
And I also wanted to say, maybe I'm just lucky, but when I go to AT&T Park, that 18-foot Grand Boulevard sidewalk is just exciting. There's people dining on one side and vendors. There's even a place for homeless people, and it's just amazing. So go there on game day, and you'll see how great that is. I don't know how we're going to figure out assignments. I've already picked the Champs-Élysées, so I'll be off in Paris. So, yes, Assistant Director Abner.
The one thing I'd like to note is that the Grand Boulevard initiative already has done a lot of that research from the different cities, and the grandboulevard.net is their website, and I believe they actually have a Google map that outlines various projects that have been done along, everywhere from South San Francisco down to San Jose. So on a staff level, we could both forward that link to the commission as well as the ARB. And what I would suggest is then perhaps we could meet with the chairs of both the commission as well as the ARB to decide on the next step and how we like to either divide workload, distribute workload, or meet the next time.
Okay. Sounds good. Anybody else? Well, thank you all for coming tonight. We're going to close the public hearing. No speakers, so you're all welcome back. And let's see if we can get back together within the next 2 months for another session. Thank you. We're going to take about a 10-minute break before the item 2. Real, because I didn't know we had two members of the public. Is that two members of the public that wish to speak? Robin, we only have one card?
For right now, just one
Okay.
card.
This is on the last topic, so. Okay. And again, I apologize. Okay, Vice Chair.
So the first speaker is going to be Shirley Nathan for 3 minutes, followed by Jane Sedaris. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm just here to express a few points about the previous session, not the session upcoming. And I was interested in why the quality of the architecture had not been discussed, because I think that's also very relevant. I think the public in general are zeroing in with alarm at the high-density development in Palo Alto. The sameness of the housing developments, not only in Palo Alto but throughout the Bay Area, are causing all the cities to lose their uniqueness and individuality. The closeness to the street and unfriendly introverted design does not engender a welcoming image. We aren't Europe, which has less space and is a different society. We do not need to transform ourselves into a European utopia. I don't know whether you're old enough to remember Malvina Reynolds and her song about San Francisco's development, their housing uniformity. It was called Little Boxes, all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. It can apply to Plan Bay Area, which is on a much bigger scale. Architects have been inhibited in creating innovative and exciting buildings because of the restrictions and regulations. Developers in public-private partnership are squeezing every bit of space to get as much profit and tax revenue as possible with their 3-story houses and zoning waivers. Unelected and unqualified bureaucrats are calling the tune, subverting local control. Kudos to Mayor Scharf for voting against Plan Bay Area, which will only intensify what is already being done under the direction of bodies such as ABAG. I urge the planning department to do what is truly best for Palo Alto, maintaining its charm, which can be done despite inevitable reasonable growth. Let architects express themselves, producing buildings that are inspiring and user-friendly. It was also alarming to read that the Grand Boulevard plan to reduce the lanes on El Camino to 2 in both directions may still be an option, despite a vote against it by Palo Alto. I was at a meeting a couple of months ago, and I think the Planning and Transportation Commission voted it down, as well as Sunnyvale, and possibly others. Have we not learned our lesson from the Arrastradero debacle? Please do the right thing for Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jane Sedaris, and you might want to pull the microphone down so it's closer to you.
There, is that better?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much for making this allotment time available to us. We kind of got misunderstood. When you were talking about the sidewalks, wider sidewalks, to me, is not the problem. Wider sidewalks is just more concrete. And you have concrete, and then you have concrete. Like down in Homer, if you make 18 feet sidewalks and then a concrete wall that you can shoot arrows out of, it's still concrete. So it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I think wider sidewalks would be nice, but then beyond that, I would like to see some green grass and some trees. Palo Alto has always been known for its trees. You can't even cut a tree down in your yard without permission, but now we don't even bother to make room for them, or else they're just squeezed in barely on a little foot, like in Arboreal when that was being built, and I walked my dog over there all the time talking to the workmen and saying, where Where are you going to stop this building? Where is there going to be a blade of grass or some trees? And, you know, it was just a horrible mistake in my mind. High density is the problem, 3-story houses, just like they wanted to do on Maybell. Instead of having a lovely place where seniors can sit and have some green grass and some trees to sit under, they wanted to surround it with a wall of 3-story houses and thought we would accept it. 15 3-story houses where 4 were going to be. 4 that have green grass and trees around them and an orchard behind. And if I were a senior, and I probably will qualify to live there, but I wouldn't want to live there surrounded with blacktop and driveways and no green grass. It's ridiculous. High density, but no retail. Where are these people going to shop? Where am I going to shop when I have to give up my car? How am I going to walk from Georgia Avenue down to buildings that you took away? Our meeting places when the Hyatt was destroyed. You took away our vacuum cleaner place and some other little shops along there that I used to go to take my vacuum sweeper. Now we're going to have a hotel built right up to the sidewalk. There's no little shops at all. There used to be some along the street, and they're disappearing. Where do we go? I have to drive all the way up to San Antonio Road now to Safeway. And I guess I have to walk when you don't want us in our cars anymore. There are no doctor's offices. The vet just disappeared. And so that's the way I feel. Thank you for letting me speak.
And thank you. I want to say that one of the reasons I objected to calling the study session about wider sidewalks was a misconception that we were talking about wider sidewalks when what we really are focusing on is the distance from the street to the face of the building, and which could include grass and trees and planted areas and other things. So we'll work on our language. With that, we're going to close the public hearing and close item 1 and immediately begin on item 2, which is a continuation of the public hearing on the draft environmental impact report on the proposed public golf course. This is a quasi-judicial item, so commissioners, it's time to fess up. I see no one that has had any ex parte communications with, yes, except for Commissioner Keller.
Yes, I had a very brief phone call with Shanique Kleinhaus where she talked about the issues of trees going into the Rest Arrow Preserve and the issues with that in terms of raptors. And she also talked about the idea of the potential for implanting native plants in Bixby Park and at the golf course as being a potential replacement for trees. And even though that wouldn't replace trees with trees, it would replace trees with other shrubbery, and what she was wondering whether that was possible. So I assume that she'll talk at her session and give a more opportunity. So, but that's the kind of thing she told me about.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Alto. You. Thank you.
I had a conversation with a representative of the Audubon Society about mitigation efforts, but.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Let's move on to any staff report on this item.
Yeah, Chair Martinez, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Before we go to the staff report, the Commission may want to talk about the oral communications that
we deferred. Yes. Thank you for your remembering that. Okay, we're going to hold off on item 2 and open our agenda for oral communications, the opportunity for members of the public to speak on anything that's not on tonight's agenda, which that would include the golf course. So you'll have a chance to speak on that later. This is for you to speak on anything else related to land use planning in the city. Do we have any cards? We have no cards, so thank you for reminding me. We're going to close oral communications and return back to the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening once again. As the commission remembers, this was an item that we heard several weeks ago. So this is the second time that the public will have a chance and the commission will have a chance to comment on the draft EIR. We'll have a short staff presentation, so I'll turn it over to Joe Teresi at this time.
Good evening. I'm Joe Teresi, Senior Engineer in our Public Works Department. As noted, this item was first heard on June 26th. At that time, the Commission approved the site and design application for the golf course renovation project and began its review of the draft environmental impact report for a broader scope, which also includes the expansion of the Baylands Athletic Center. As a result of the continuance, we went ahead and extended the public comment period through August 1st, so that will end tomorrow. We're here tonight to respond to your questions. In addition to myself, we have our environmental consultants here from ICF International, including one of their greenhouse gas experts. Also here this evening is urban forester Walter Passmore, if you have questions on trees, and our golf course superintendent Joe Valaire is also here. I would note that the Commission received some correspondence that you might want to ask about from a member of the public who was expressing concern about the status of the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority flood control project and how that might affect the golf course project. Specifically, they noted that the JPA project is not yet permitted and that some of the regulatory agencies had some questions about the project. I would note that the same environmental consultant that's working with us on this golf course project is the same consultant that worked on the JPA's environmental document and permitting process, and he's here this evening if you had any questions about that correspondence and the questions that it raised, that he'd be able to answer those questions. So at this point, for a brief presentation, I would like to call up Shilpa Trisal from ICF International.
Thanks, Joe. Honorable Commissioners, thank you for having us back. My name is Shilpa Trisal. I'm with ICF International. I'm the consultant to the city on the EIR. Joe, could you? Okay. Here is an overview of the environmental impact review process. We started in January with the notice of preparation of an EIR, and early in June, on June 3rd, we released the draft EIR for public review. We held an open house on June 25th at the golf course, where we had stations set up where the public asked questions of us, and we were able to explain the contents of the EIR to them. On June 26th, we had our first public hearing on the draft EIR here, where we heard concerns of the public as well as concerns raised by the commissioners. The comment period closes tomorrow, and after that, the city and the consultant team will go back and review each of the comments received and provide detailed responses. These responses to comments will become part of the final EIR, which will be presented to the commissioners we expect to come back in fall. And the public will have another opportunity to comment on the responses and see how we've addressed their concerns. We expect that the certification will occur at the end of the year. Certification of the EIR and approval of the project, expected approval, will occur at the end of the year. At the last meeting, at the June 26th public hearing, there were several concerns raised. I'll speak to the major concerns raised. One was regards to the greenhouse gas emissions from operation of the athletic center field, mainly from the vehicle trips generated by the athletic fields and the gymnasium. There's been a concern regarding loss of trees. The project would remove more than 500 trees from the golf course and athletic center. Also, there was a concern raised about the artificial turf. There's not been a decision made whether artificial turf, synthetic turf would be used at the athletic fields, but it is one of the options. There was a concern raised about health and safety of that material, the safety of that material for young children. And then the athletic center, there was a concern raised whether it is compatible with existing land use and zoning. So we have some preliminary responses. We're still looking at each of the concerns raised in detail. We'll provide our detailed responses in the responses to comments in the final EIR, but we wanted to provide sort of our approach to addressing the concerns and where we are to date. Regarding greenhouse gas emissions, we've looked at the strategies presented and some of the ideas that were presented here on the June 26 meeting. These include, but not limited to, transplantation of trees, providing electric vehicle charging stations, using, assuming the use of carbon neutral electricity, looking at transit sharing modes, car sharing programs, bike sharing programs, looking to improve transit to the athletic center, many ways to decrease the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. Regarding mitigation for trees, the city arborist and city staff are looking at various options right now. They're looking at on-site replacement of trees, near site at Bixby Park, etc., and also off-site. Right now, they're looking at foothill locations, but there's not a decision made. We're open to ideas and finding the best possible location and various options to replace trees. Turf material, some of the, the recent, the newer generation turf materials don't have the problems that historically are associated with turf materials. So in our research, our recent research, it shows that the turf materials that are now available don't have some of the same health risks as the materials in the past. That's something that the city is aware of, city staff is aware of, and will, find the best and safest option if they choose to go with if they choose to go with artificial turf. The land use and zoning, the comprehensive plan designation for the athletic center and golf course is a public park, and public park allows for active recreational uses and urban uses. So in that respect, the gymnasium and athletic fields are compatible with existing city standards. Again, just to reiterate that we will be providing, this is just an overview of where we are today, but we will be providing detailed responses in the final EIR, which we will bring back to you when we release the final EIR for public review, and the public and the commission will have a chance to comment on it again. And there will be more public hearings at that time. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. And our team is here to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Can you go back to the last slide?
Sure. The one before this?
The one about the land use designation. Why did you include that? What was the question there?
Could you want to? Just go back. That's the one?
Yes.
I think this slide was included because at the last hearing that there was some comment made that perhaps at that athletic fields or gym weren't compatible with the zoning and or land use designation. I think a comment was made that the area might be open space, but it's not actually zoned as open space. It's zoned as a a public facility and the land use designation is for a park. So we're just wanting to point out that in fact athletic fields and a gym would be compatible with those.
Okay, Commissioner Keller.
Yes, in terms of local land use and zoning, while these zoning designations are important, the Baylands Master Plan is perhaps the more controlling document that should be considered for compatibility. Thank you.
Okay. Staff, anything else? Nope. So we have two members of the public, 3 members of the public that wish to speak tonight. Vice Chair.
So the first speaker will be Shawnee Kleinhaus from Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society for 3 minutes, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Good evening, Chair Martinez and Commissioners. Shawnee Kleinhaus with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm also a resident of Palo Alto. We had quite a few comments as we read through the EIR. Some of the comments, we will submit the document tomorrow, but our comments focus, other than the tree issue, which thank you, Commissioner Keller, for bringing up, that we would like to see some of the funds dedicated to local baylands mitigation, which could be in the form of grasses and other habitat restoration at Bixby Park, which desperately needs some help. So we thought that if the impact is going to be in the baylands, then the mitigation should also primarily be in the baylands. And from my understanding of the tree policy for Palo Alto, that is permissible. Trees do not have to mitigate by trees. They should be mitigated on site by trees if possible. The next level is mitigated by some trees or other landscaping nearby. So Bixby would definitely fall into that category. Other issues that we've had and will comment on is treatment of nesting birds. If you're going to take 600 trees out during the nesting season, you're bound to miss some nests, and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act protects those nests. And it's almost impossible to do that work between, let's say, March and June and not take some nests with it, whether you do your surveys properly or not. And so we have a strong recommendation not to take the trees out during the nesting season. We have a lot of questions about management of nuisance species, including Canada geese, American coots, crows, and gulls, and definitely rodents. One of the options proposed in the EIR is the use of rodenticides. There is some statement which is extremely incorrect that first-generation anticoagulant rodenticides are compatible with use in open space. They're permitted, but they're not compatible. They kill animals, they kill rodents, including endangered species such as the salt marsh harvest mouse. We have issues with mitigation to wetlands. It's not enough to say we're building some. You have to delineate and say exactly where they are. So if another design comes in the future, we don't lose those wetlands over time. Just a general issue to respond to something that was said. Scoping comments that we've submitted have not really been included in the EIR, so it doesn't look like Santa Clara Valley Audubon commented in the scoping period, whereas we actually did, and others as well, including former city council members. And even now, when the representative from from ICF says, okay, we took all your comments in the scoping period and we'll come back to them in the final EIR, that's too late. They should have been in the draft EIR. So you can see the responses to your comments, and the public can see the responses to your comments, and then in the final, they actually figure out what is right and what is wrong. If they're going to respond to the scoping comments in the final EIR, we missed our opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin, to be followed by Deirdre Crummy.
Good evening. I'm Eileen McLaughlin with the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. Members of the Commission, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and will use my time to raise several issues. I need to begin by saying that we do not oppose the objectives of this project. This golf course has sat quietly by, coexisting with the Baylands and with the Faber Marsh unit of the Don Edwards National Wildlife Refuge for decades. We appreciate, too, the intent to improve course landscape consistent with the natural ecology in the shoreline, including the removal of non-native trees. Earlier this week, I sent you a letter recommending that the city suspend action on this project while new issues of the San Francisco Creek flood project are resolved. I ask the same now. The JPA is just beginning its formal permit application process with the Corps of Engineers. As such, the project is moving into a period of federal review under the EPA guidelines for Section 404B1. The process is similar to and different from the CEQA process. It puts great emphasis on proving that the alternative is, in fact, the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative. The JPA will be called on to provide information that may or may not have been compiled during its EIR process, because CEQA requires that the preferred alternative be thoroughly analyzed, but does not require the same level of analysis for other alternatives, like the golf course alternative. In effect, the question of the choice of alternative is reopened. The permit process also subjects projects to review using newer information or information that was not considered in the EIR process, such as the information provided by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in its July 3rd letter and in references that it cited. As a federal action, the Corps also has the option of initiating its own EIR process. Now, none of us want that, and I feel certain that the JPA will do all it can to keep the process as short as possible. But in the meantime, you, the JPA, don't know the outcome. It is simply common sense to let this project sit for a while. I want also to ask for one specific change in the project's proposal. It is that Paspalum vaginatum, a turf grass, be prohibited from use on this golf course. It is a non-native plant that potentially can become a major threat to our bay's ecosystems. Just hearing about this proposal a few days ago, Joy Albertson, supervisory biologist for the San Francisco Bay National Wildlife Refuge Complex, began her email response saying, just initially, planting this species sounds like a huge red flag. She goes on to share some results of initial research, citing invasive species issues in Southern California, the Galapagos Islands, and New Zealand, with impacts similar to Spartina alterniflora, an invasive that has kept a Bay Area Joint Agency Task Force working for some 10 years. The Palo Alto Baylands should not be the wellspring of a new invasive plague on the Bay. Do not use Paspalum vaginatum for golf course turf or anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Deirdre Cromie.
Good evening, Chair Martinez and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here to speak on the behalf of the Parks and Recreation Commission. My name is Deirdre Cromie, and I sit on the commission. I want to say that I'm here on behalf of the Palo Alto Parks and Recreation Commission to relay our concerns about the DEIR for the golf course reconfiguration and Baylands Athletic Center expansion as it relates to park impacts. As you've heard, the Baylands Athletic Center expansion proposed in the DEIR is a worst-case scenario placeholder, if you will. There has been no public deliberation on the details of what form such an expansion would take. We feel strongly that a full, open, and inclusive process should be undertaken to consider not only appropriate recreational use of the 10.5-acre land bank at the golf course, but also the best location within the city for future field or gym space should it be needed. We encourage you to be mindful of the inertia a placeholder like this can take on as it moves forward. We hope that the final EIR has a broader review of alternatives. Although tonight's staff report mentions repeated consideration of the golf course redesign by the PARC, it does not incorporate the substance of our comments. Back in March 2012, we transmitted a recommendation to Council, and we want to be sure our concerns about the project are before you. I've attached the text of our recommendation and reiterate the following concerns. First, the Commission recommends that an open and inclusive process be undertaken to explore the full array of recreation needs for the use of the 10.5 acres. Second, the full long-term vision to complete transformation of the site, including clubhouse architectural drawings, new parking and pedestrian flow and practice areas, needs to be presented to the Council now for future planning. 3, while there is a lot of ad hoc comment on the need for athletic fields, there is not sufficient analysis to determine the need for more athletic fields at present, nor the most appropriate placement of these fields should they be needed. In addition, commissioners have repeatedly raised concerns about the loss of trees. While we understand the need for tree removal, the proposed mitigation of placing a large number of trees in a Rostadero Preserve has not come before our commission. The final EIR should include a fuller consideration of appropriate mitigations. We look forward to working together with you to consider future park and recreational opportunities in the Baylands. Thank you very much.
And thank you all for coming out tonight. Okay. How do we want to proceed? Personally, I think each of the speakers raised some questions that I would like to give staff an opportunity and our consultants an opportunity to respond to. So.
I'm going to call Walter Passmore, the urban forester, to talk about the first set of comments about the how our tree ordinance calls out for mitigation of loss of trees and whether or not other types of habitat restoration would be acceptable.
Thank you, Commissioners. Walter Passmore, urban forester. Very briefly, we do want to describe that the tree technical manual, our policy document for the ordinance, requires a set of alternatives. One would be replacement in kind on site. The next would be replacement on site with a reasonable expectation that those trees would grow a similar canopy within 10 years. There's an alternative for a mitigation payment to be made, and then there's alternative for off-site mitigation. We're choosing at this time to try to employ multiple methodologies, both on-site, near-site, and off-site, as was mentioned before, and using the guideline in the tree technical manual of canopy replacement within 10 years as our objective. Now, it was brought up that other landscape species are valuable for wildlife. We do recognize that, and we're certainly not excluding that from consideration. However, tree canopy provides benefits beyond wildlife habitat, such as oxygen, stormwater treatment, water quality, aesthetic benefits that are important to the community, and the tree technical manual was crafted in a way that we would replace those benefits as part of our mitigation strategy. So we're trying to adhere not only to the literal words in our policy document, but also to the intent of that document. That being said, this is still a work in progress, and we do intend to address the Parks and Recreation Committee as well as our stakeholder groups in the future, and we welcome their input on the mitigation plan. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner Alto.
So do you know how many trees they're planning on planting as a mitigation effort?
Our current projection is over 5,000.
And do you know is there a predominant location for most of those trees?
Numbers-wise, most of them would go into off-site locations because the limitations of trying to put them into the Baylands environment, there's only so many trees that we can feasibly put into that ecosystem with the sites that we have.
So is there a specific location where you see a predominant number of the 5,000 trees going?
As suggested, the preserve property is a location that we're strongly considering right now.
So one of the concerns that I think was raised to me was the notion that if in excess of 3,000 trees are planted, it's not necessarily just a replacement. That is sort of the birth of a forest. And I guess my question is that I understand that the tree technical manual has very specific mitigation requirements, but what's that saying? A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, right? If it doesn't really make sense to plant 5,000 trees, even though that's what our rules say, and it makes more sense for us to rehabilitate, let's say, a more similar environment like the Baylands or Bigsby Park, is there an avenue that we can make that? It's sort of odd when an environmental group comes to you and says, we actually don't have a problem so much with the project, but we want you to maybe not do what you're about to do in terms of mitigating the project, right? And so that doesn't seem, it's sort of an ironic objection. And so the thinking is, what power do we have to sort of go around our tree technical manual in this situation like this one, where maybe it doesn't make sense to plant 5,000 trees in Foothill Preserve?
Yeah, and we do have flexibility. Currently, we're employing a very strict interpretation, a very conservative interpretation of what we think the tree technical manual intends. However, this is a very large-scale project. I think in some aspects it's unprecedented to have this many trees that we have to mitigate at one time. So we may have to employ some untraditional techniques in order to arrive at a mitigation plan that all of our partners can support. We recognize that there are some very legitimate concerns out there, and we're willing to be flexible. You know, some of our initial research on the preserve property suggests that due to ranching, farming, other activities, that the natural tree population has been diminished by a much greater acreage than what we're currently proposing as new planting. So while you categorized it as birthing a new forest, we're looking at it more as reestablishing a native forest that was there prior to such active land use.
And I appreciate that. I think the takeaway that I'm hoping staff will have is that if the impact of the mitigation effort, and it's remarkable to the notion of planting 5,000 trees, if that actually does more harm potentially to the environment, then we shouldn't just do it for the sake of doing it. So I think that maybe there's a compromise there. I don't know if restoring a forest at this time is sort of the right goal for that environment, because maybe it's true, maybe it was a forest, but maybe restoring that forest now would cause more disruption to that environmental space. And so all I'm suggesting is that I'd love for the environmental groups that are involved to not just support the project, but also support our environmental mitigation effort too. And so I think their sign-on is important, because they're the experts that we turn to also.
Absolutely, and that's very important to staff as well, that we have a fully endorsed mitigation plan.
Can I follow that up, Commissioner? So are you meeting, is there a public hearing with Parks and Rec Commission, or why did I think I hear the comment that they're not being consulted on this reforestation project?
I'm not aware that that's been scheduled yet, but I know the Parks Director is very aware that there is that desire for more input and feedback from the Parks Commission. So I would assume that that's going to be scheduled in the near future.
And I would add that there have been several hearings with the Park and Rec Commission on the golf course renovation project, and I believe that staff met with the Park and Rec Commission last week to talk about and give them an update on the tree mitigation plan.
And is there a community outreach process that would reach members of the Audubon Society, for example, and to give them the opportunity to weigh in on this? Joe?
Well, I mean, all these meetings that we're having in front of the boards and commissions, of course, are an opportunity for that. I would also add that Walter and Peter Jensen, our landscape architect, have been working very closely with our partners at Actera and Canopy and Magic on the mitigation plan.
Let me add really quickly that at the last team meeting that we had with stakeholders to try to consolidate this mitigation plan and solidify it a little bit more, Audubon was invited, but they were not able to send a representative to that meeting.
Okay, thank you on that. Commissioners, anything else? The question of the playing fields and the question of whether the need for additional playing fields, and that has, can you respond to that comment about whether a study has been done and whether the city should be going forth with that at this time?
Yeah, I think the origin of the playing fields came from council action a year or more ago, where they specifically wanted to see that included, and they included the plan that we call Plan G that included those fields. So staff is acting on the direction of that council action. In terms of the gym, that we've said several times that that's not necessarily going to be a part of the final project, but it's a possibility. And so in doing the environmental document, we wanted to evaluate the impacts of the most intensive use that might be eventually happen at that site. And the approval of the environmental document in itself is one step, but certainly we'd have to go through a much more robust process of public review and site design approval before an actual project can happen with regards to the fields and or the gym.
So when would that go back to Parks and Rec?
Well, at this point, I don't believe that there's no funding or project to actually fund these athletic fields. It's simply a placeholder that the council, asked us to carve out this area that would no longer be part of the active golf course. But as of now, there is in fact no CIP project or funding for either of those two future elements.
Okay, and then one last response I'm requesting on public comment. There was a statement by one member that some of their comments were not reflected in the draft EIR.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the environmental consultant to respond to that one.
Thank you.
The scoping comments were reviewed in detail, and they were incorporated to the, as they fit the project. But we would go back to Audubon's letter and the letter that they're about to submit and make sure that we've addressed them adequately.
So you will do that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
But I'm also saying that the scoping comments that we received, we did review them, and they were we addressed them in the draft EIR, but I'd make sure that we'll go back and review their past and future letter.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you wanted to get some input on the comment by Ms. McLaughlin about the JPA project. I could invite Matthew Jones from ICF to comment on that if you like.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Matthew Jones. I'm with ICF International. I am the environmental project manager for the JPA's environmental analysis for their project and the permitting of that project. So what I would describe is the JPA certified their EIR a year ago. I'll try and hit all of Eileen's comments. At that time, we did have the 2010-2011 survey data from Joy Albertson at Fish and Wildlife Service with the refuge staff. So we did have that data at the point that decision was made. That environmental document, while it doesn't go to the level that a federal document does, she is correct in that sense. We did know that we were going through a core permitting process. We knew we were going to have to look at a LEDPA 404B1 decision. So we geared some of our analysis, some of the discussion at the end of the document to that. We took very seriously the analysis of alternatives and comparison of them, and we're fairly confident that we do have the LEDPA. We've had discussions with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The permitting process was initiated actually in March of this year. It's not recently started. We've been having discussions with them, with Fish and Wildlife Service Regulatory Division, and with Fish and Wildlife Service Refuge Division, which manages the Faber Tract parcel. So we are continuing to have discussions and moving forward in that permitting process. And that is a lengthy process, there's no doubt about it, but I don't think it's going to result in any major changes to the project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pinelli.
Let me just do a quick follow-up to this. Let me ask you this. For those permits, as I understand it, the golf course project is slated to start in earnest really in March. I mean, there's some staging and things like that that'll be happening in the meantime, but what's the likelihood that those federal permits will be in hand before the golf course reconstruction begins?
I feel fairly certain they would be by that point. I actually think we'll have them in hand well before the end of the year.
Okay. And then going back to the public comment, Ms. McLaughlin's request to suspend the project until the JPA permitting is sorted out. As I understood it when I read the letter, that there was a concern that the feds would come back and say that, no, you have to do the reroute of San Francisco Creek through the golf course rather than as it's planned. What's the likelihood of that outcome?
I think it's highly, highly unlikely. We've had discussions with them. We've had discussions with the Army Corps of Engineers. Routing through the golf course potentially may have some benefits in some small areas, but it's the amount of earth moving involved with that project is several times what it would take to enlarge the channel, because basically you're building a new creek that's going through the golf course. There's some hydraulic issues with it because you still have the airport down there, so you still have to come back into the creek, and you still have a water surface elevation problem in the creek that requires still spilling water over into the Faber Tract. All of the alternatives spill water into the Faber Tract, which is one of Fish and Wildlife's concerns that we've been working with them on. But the route through the golf course does not alleviate that problem, and it also creates the problem that you have significant amount of new earthwork happening, which increases the number of truck trips, the number of earth moving that has to occur, and it increases quite significantly the greenhouse gas impacts of all of that construction, which was, for the construction period, a significant and unavoidable impact for the JPA. So it doesn't reduce another smaller impact, but it substantially increases something that was significant and unavoidable. In that sense, it would not in any way represent a LEDPA, which is the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative. And we've had discussions with the Army Corps. Like I said, we've been talking with them for several months, and they're quite comfortable with the LEDPA analysis.
Okay. Well, I mean, just the way I'm thinking, I'm very sensitive to the comment from the public, but as I see it, the likelihood of that through the golf course solution is being the LEDPA solution is low, and that the golf course project isn't going to begin in earnest until after those permits are secured. I'm not feeling the need to suspend the progress. But I do have. May I follow up one other question? Sorry, this is regarding the nesting question that came up and the request not to. Sorry, don't you
I can actually speak to that one because I know the JPA's project doesn't allow nest removal during the nesting season. I can't imagine, you can speak to it, but I can't imagine we would allow, Migratory Bird Treaty Act does not allow you to remove active nests during the nesting season. And with that amount of trees, I would actually quite agree that it can become problematic and you would want to avoid it.
So maybe that's something that could be explicitly stated in the document rather than implicitly leaning on something like past precedents. Okay.
Great. Anybody else on that? Yes, Commissioner King.
Let's see, a couple questions. So let me address this to staff. I guess it would be Mr. Teresi. So I understand from the consultant, I hear the words confidence, very highly likely. Neither of those are certainty. And so if we look at it from the other way, what if those things don't happen? And so we end up with a change out, in end of the year or somewhere close to when we're supposed to be starting the golf course project. What are the impacts to that? How significant are they? What kind of costs are we talking about? What changes would have to be made?
Are you asking what would happen if we were forced to redo the whole design of the JPA project and run it through the golf course? Is that?
Well,
that's what you're
this is technical, way over my head. What I understand is that there is a potential that the JPA project would be changed such that it alters this project so that it has to be changed. And so I don't understand the scope of that. It sounds very bad. And so I would hate to be here in 6 months saying, well, boy, nobody asked the questions of what could have gone wrong. And so if you said it will be so catastrophic that we should put things on hold now because that the 0.5% potential that things will go wrong would have such catastrophic effects. I'd like to have that discussion now rather than after that occurred.
Well, I guess we'll know the answer to that question before we're actually ready to start the golf course work. So, and I'm sure that Matthew just isn't able to say that there's nothing you can say with 100% certainty, but I would just say that alternative of running through the golf course is not a new idea. It was studied early on, analyzed, and found to be a inferior option based on its impacts. So, but I guess in answer to your question, if by some miracle that were to occur, then we would obviously not be able to start the golf course work because everything would have to be redone. But I don't see that happening.
Okay, so in your opinion, it's prudent to proceed on the course?
Yes.
Now on. Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had are, let's see, there was a discussion about, or one question, so about the new grass that we're going to use. I think it's Papsalum, if I remember correctly. There was a concern on the part of the public that is a potentially could have potentially detrimental impacts to surrounding habitats. Could you or one of our experts
I'm going to ask our golf course superintendent, Joe Valera, to respond to that. We heard that comment earlier this week, and he's consulted with several experts and has a response to that.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Joe Valera. I'm a golf course superintendent. And I had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Ronnie Duncan, who was a retired professor and scientist at the University of Georgia. He's a pioneer and probably the world's leading expert on paspalum grasses. And it is true that some species of paspalum can be invasive. Those are usually the ecotype or the paspalum that's just kind of growing in its location. It hasn't been developed. It's a non-turf type of paspalum. what we are recommending is the turf-type paspalum, which is a really tight-knit paspalum. And in Dr. Duncan's research all over the world, Pacific Rim, Caribbean, where this stuff really thrives, he has seen very little in invasive action by that type of paspalum. He also has over 150 golf courses that he's worked with no invasive at all with the paspalum. The paspalum, the paspalum that is used for turf is much different than the paspalum that I believe is the invasive type.
Okay, thank you. And I would invite the members of the public who express those concerns, if they have compelling evidence to the contrary, that they would please share it by addressing that via email to the Planning and Transportation Commission.
Can I just add one thing too? I've also visited a couple courses using the turf-type paspalums and interviewed their superintendents, and those courses didn't have any invasive at all with the paspalums.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, there was also concern on the part of the public that, and I believe this would be to our consultant on the EIR, that there were some mitigations where wetlands were to be, there was some mitigation by creation of wetlands, and that their concern was that those were not specifically designated, and that over time the historical mitigation might be lost. Could you address that, please?
Sure. Wetlands delineation was completed for the project, so all waters and wetlands have been delineated, and the project will seek a 404 permit, and as part of that permit, we would have to present the wetland delineation and how we would compensate for any loss of wetlands.
Thank you. And when you say present the delineation, what form does that take? Is that GPS coordinates or a map? Or
yeah, it's a map with GPS coordinates where the field data is shown on a map, and then we show temporary and permanent impacts to those wetlands and waters.
Okay, thank you. It seems to address the concern, although if the public still has concerns, please feel free to send us your evidence to the contrary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Keller.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, in terms of the member of the public who commented that their scoping comments were not considered, in the Appendix A of the DEIR, there's the scoping comments, and I'm wondering if somebody could actually check whether those scoping comments are included in that appendix, because if they weren't, then that's a different story. The second thing is with respect to the issue of the federal analysis of the JPA's flood protection project on the creek. It does seem to me, based on the schedule and on the risk factors, that it makes sense to proceed with the FEIR analysis, but defer issuing the final FEIR for approval by the city until the Army Corps of Engineers, or whoever the approving body is, approves the JPA project. And therefore, if there is any surprises from that approval, that can be addressed in the FEIR, but I don't see a reason to hold up the FEIR analysis and completion until then. Is that a reasonable suggestion?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So firstly, I'll add my concern to Commissioner Olczak's with respect to the tree placement, and to the extent that the mitigation can be done in such a way that it creates Baylands-friendly habitat at Bixby Park and elsewhere in the Baylands, that would be a preferable mitigation to me than mitigations off-site, even though the mitigations more off-site would involve planting of trees. I think that in some sense the creation of better habitat in the Baylands is something that is needed, and I think would be an improvement to the process. I'm wondering to the extent to which the construction traffic for the golf course reconfiguration and the athletic center expansion takes into account the fact that some of the access routes for the creek reconstruction may be the same routes being used for both. And so I'm wondering whether the analysis has taken into effect the cumulative impacts of construction of both projects occurring concurrently.
The cumulative analysis does take into account construction of simultaneous projects, not just the JPA, but other projects, related projects also.
Thank you. And I'm wondering whether some of the off-site tree replacement for the removed trees can be done by increasing the tree canopy in street trees. I think there are a lot of areas in which street trees have been cut down and not replaced, and that's something that, for example, there's a need for. And I noticed that there's a project in parts of Palo Alto, in particular from the Menlo Park border, to put street trees on along the median in El Camino, but that sort of dies at a certain point as you're heading south, as a lot of things do when you're heading south. I'm wondering if, a lot of city initiatives do, and that's what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to other things. But I'm wondering if an initiative to continue the street trees along El Camino to the southern border of the Palo Alto along El Camino is something that can be considered as part of the mitigation for replacement of street trees. And I think that would go along with trying to do part of what we talked about in the previous topic of El Camino design beautification, the El Camino Grand Boulevard. I think that street trees along the median would help there. So is that something that could be considered? Thank you. I do have some concerns about the involvement of the Parks and Recreation Commission in reviewing this. I want to make sure that there's a process by which they can provide feedback into both the EIR process and in terms of what's built afterwards. It seems that the needs analysis for the Baylands Athletic Center expansion has not gone through full vetting of the Parks and Rec. So I would certainly encourage that in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanaka?
At this point, I have no comments or questions.
Commissioner Olczak, further questions? Good. Okay, Vice Chair. Really? Then I'm going to pick it up a bit. If the consultant team were to care to stay for the next item when we're talking about scoping of a project, one of the things that we would be talking about is really expanding the accessibility of the EIR to the public. And I think one of the reasons we are concerned about that is because, as thorough as the document might be, it's still terribly difficult to read. So I can't even lift it. So this thing is terribly difficult to read. I think just some simple graphic techniques of even putting tabs to divide sections so we can find things. In your summary section, which I found very, very good and thorough, if there were references to, marginal footnotes to where the complete reading of that mitigation could be found, I think we want to encourage the public to see that these documents are as complete as we could make them, and part of that is making it more readable. So I have a couple of comments. I wasn't quite ready, but let's see if I can find them. In all the sections of the habitat mitigations, the mitigations seem to rely, say during construction, say in finding of an archaeological site, seem to rely heavily on educating the workers to look for these things and report on these things, and I know that's the standard practice, and that's well and good, but it seems a little fragile in terms of its reliability. We have some things where workers choose not to see things, or it becomes a nuisance for them, and it seems to me that we need to go beyond that. Again, it's sort of expanding the thoroughness of what these reports are meant to be. Some sort of reporting of, after grading or after some significant construction activity, rather than to depend solely on the good education and thoroughness of workers. And so I would look that we would do a little bit more to report on the fact that nothing was found, or that something, but it wasn't considered significant, was found. I think those sections need to be more substantial. And then in the section where we talk about land use and planning, I saw that under where you're quoting from the comprehensive plan, land use element 3, conflict with habitat, that it felt that there was no impact. And I think at a minimum, it should refer to those sections of the report where there is a potential significant impact and the ways in which they're mitigated. I think it's inconsistent in the report to say no impact at that point. So it may be just a matter of a technicality on my part, but I think the thoroughness of the report says in terms of applying our comprehensive plan and land use planning practices in Palo Alto to this project, that these are the measures that will be followed, and not simply based on that land use plan that there's no impact. And so unless there are further comments or comments from our staff on this, I have just one last thing. This is a follow-up on Commissioner Keller's question about what if something significant had happened and the waiting to certify the EIR. What would be the problem with stopping at this point and waiting for the JPA to receive its certification, federal, and to resolve this questions that has been raised. What is the problem in waiting until the end of the year, as the staff member from JPA has suggested? Can you respond to that, Joe?
Well, I'd say we'd like to be able to finalize the document so that we can finalize our bid documents and, have the project be out for bid early next year so that we can start in March or April. Again, I would just like to reiterate that the JPA project has a certified EIR. It's been approved at the council. They've approved a site and design. I don't think that this fear that the project is going to change in a drastic way really has much merit, frankly.
I may agree with you, but it's not a long period of time until JPA feels that the item will be resolved. And is it that much of an impact to wait 5 months? That is my question, basically. Yes.
I'll let Joe comment on this further, but I think with any project management or anything that you go from design phase, approval phase, and the construction phase, one of the key things is staying on schedule. So for a number of city staff who've been involved with this project, as well as our consultants, I think it is key that we try to maintain a schedule on this. So I say the biggest downside to that is that by not staying on schedule, it could delay things on the back end as well, things that need to be in motion once there's an approval.
The upside, though, is that if there is a problem down the line, all of this work isn't for naught. We haven't lost really much in terms of a period of a few months when this project, has taken years. I just want to give the opportunity, since it was requested by a member of the public, a chance to really just say it really affects schedule. It affects something else that is waiting to happen. I concur with Commissioner Keller that we're not going to certify it until this results are in. That seems like that comes together, and that might be the best alternative. I just want to hear from you that there is something important about going forward at this point. And I acknowledge what you said, Director Atman, about that. So, okay. So is this a matter we're voting on at this point? What?
No, this is just to receive individual planning commission comments on the draft EIR.
Oh, so I can say, I think you should delay this just to go on the record. It doesn't matter. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Keller.
I just wanted to add that if a delay in considering and finalizing the FEIR and certifying that causes another year in delay in completing the golf course and making it available to play, that's a significant financial impact on the city.
So what side are you coming out on with that? Not to delay.
Well, I'm saying to proceed along with the FEIR analysis, but not release the FEIR analysis to the public and not until the JPA permit has been issued. So they can work in parallel, and if there are any issues in the JPA permit issuance that affect the FEIR, then those can be dealt with before the FEIR is released.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So with that, I guess we are completed with this item for tonight. And I wanted to thank you all for coming and for the members of the public, you obviously got our attention tonight. So we're going to take a small break, 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to item 3. Hey, welcome back, Palo Alto. This is item 3 on tonight's agenda, Palo Alto Planning Transportation Commission. It's the second committee scoping meeting for the Development and Environmental Impact Report for the 395 Page Mill Office Development Project, plus 1045 Park Boulevard Public Safety Building. We have a number of speaker cards tonight, so we're going to try to figure out how to give everybody adequate time to speak. But in the meantime, we are going to begin with a staff report. Yeah, there are still time for additional speaker cards. And if you hear something you don't like from one of your neighbors, you're still welcome to add a speaker card. We're going to begin with the staff report, beginning with Director Atnan, opening remarks.
I'll keep my remarks short because I'm going to turn it over to the Senior Planning, Jody Gerhardt. But this is an unusual step of having a second scoping meeting, but this is an unusual project, so I think that it's definitely warranted. Jody will go into a number of the additional outreach that we went into post the first scoping meeting, and it looks like it was successful due to the fact there are a lot more people here than there were the first time. So for larger projects like this, we'll employ the same type outreach measures and more in the future. So I'll turn it over to Jody now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jody Gerhardt, Senior Planner for the City of Palo Alto and Project Planner for the J. Paul project. So the project we're talking about tonight, this is the second EIR scoping meeting for the project located at 395 Page Mill Road and 3045 Park Boulevard. On the 395 Page Mill Road property, where there's a proposal for 2 office buildings totaling 311,000 square feet, associated parking and retention of the existing AOL building. On the 3045 Park Boulevard site, there would be construction of a 44,500 square foot public safety building as a public benefit that's part of this project, and associated parking along with 388 spaces for the office tenants. The city is preparing an environmental impact report for this project, which is required when a project is likely to have significant impacts. The EIR will be both a program level and a project level EIR to provide environmental clearance for the proposed rezoning and the site-specific amendment to the comprehensive plan. The site is also located within the California Avenue concept plan, and this, as well as other pending projects, will be considered in the cumulative analysis of the EIR. Once completed, the EIR will disclose the significant environmental effects of the project and find ways to avoid or reduce those impacts. As Aaron was saying, at the last meeting, there was some concern about the amount of public outreach for a project of this size. Given staff took this into consideration and developed an outreach plan that tripled the size of the mailing radius to 1,800 square feet and ensured proactive outreach to the neighborhood groups. Going forward, staff will be conducting community meetings, and there will be larger signage at the project site to notify persons passing by. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to gather early comments from the PTC and the community to help focus the content of the EIR and to gather information for project alternatives. Staff has already received 22 comment letters via email, and these will be addressed in the EIR along with the comments that we received tonight. We do have present tonight several members of the applicants team, the city's public safety team, and some of our environmental consultants should you wish to speak with them. Thank you. This concludes staff report.
Okay, we're going to begin with the public hearing rather than any questions or comments from the commissioners. Like I mentioned, we have a number of public speakers, so it would help if you know you're second or third in line to speak to start coming forward, and we'll try to make room for you on the bench behind the podium. Vice Chair is going to call 3 speakers at a time. We're going to try to give each of you 3 minutes because I know there's a lot to say. This is a scoping meeting, which means we would especially like to hear what you have to say about what should this environmental impact report address. Of course, you're free to speak on any aspect of the project tonight, and we will be paying careful attention to that. So there is one group of 5. That speaker will be given 10 minutes to speak in behalf of the 5. If there are another group of 5 of you there that have turned in cards and want one to speak for you, you'll be given 10 minutes as well. Okay, let us begin.
Okay, so the first 3 speakers, the first will be William Cutler, second will be Robert Cutler, and the third will be David Jiang.
I'm William Cutler. I live on Park Boulevard between Meadow and Charleston, so I think that qualifies me as a NIMBY with regard to this project. I have concerns in 3 areas. One is traffic impacts in the neighborhood. My arithmetic says with about 1,700 parking spaces, that means at least 3,400 vehicle trips per day in and out of the area. And also with the public safety building proposed, that would be emergency vehicle trips. So how are those going to get in and out of the neighborhood, considering the already constricted street pattern in the area, and would this not put pressure to remove the traffic barriers which currently protect Park Boulevard from through traffic? Second concern is in regard to the status of Park Boulevard as a bicycle boulevard. That's getting fairly heavy bicycle traffic, and particularly in the area of the project, there's that kind of scary green lane where the bicycles run between cars on both sides of them at the corner where people are impatient to get onto Oregon Avenue. So how would you handle bicycle traffic with regard to this project? The third concern is the future of the rail corridor, of the tracks in particular. It's inevitable that eventually there will have to be grade separations at Charleston and at Meadow, and the preferred alternative for that is to put the tracks in a trench. If the tracks go in a trench along that area, what happens to the tracks in the neighborhood of Oregon Avenue and California Avenue? And does this project in any way preclude options which might be desirable for the tracks in those areas? So I would appreciate that those 3 questions, the impact of the project on neighborhood traffic and maintaining the barriers on Park Boulevard, the impact on bicycle traffic, and possible connections with future improvements along the rail line all be considered in this EIR.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next, well, the queue goes Robert Cutler, then David Jiang, then Chris Donnelly.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Cutler. I'm president of the Silverwood Homeowners Association. Our complex consists of 35 condominiums located at 435 Sheridan Avenue, directly next to the Sunrise Assisted Living Facility. Our primary concern with the proposed development is the increased traffic that will be created. Oregon Expressway / Page Mill Road, east of El Camino, is already very busy. Our ability to enter Oregon Expressway, especially eastbound, is often delayed because of the cross traffic exiting Oregon Expressway onto Birch, and then waiting in line on the ramp from Park along Page Mill to merge eastbound onto Oregon Expressway. The project presently under construction on Park at Page Mill Road by itself will create major traffic problems. The additional buildings being discussed tonight will create a traffic nightmare. Thank you.
So next is David Young, to be followed by Chris Donnelly and Dennis Tojo.
I'm David Jong, 4056 Park Boulevard. I think I'm the oldest resident on Park Boulevard, not just in years, but I was there in 1958 when Park Boulevard got connected to, well, it wasn't Park, yeah, Park Boulevard got connected to 3rd Street and 3rd Street on to Roseberry Lane. And since I'm the oldest one, I'll give you some history that after it was connected to Roseberry Lane, then the cars could come down Park Boulevard all the way to Dis Road, which is now called Meadow, to cross railroad tracks. And this through path created very heavy traffic. And Park Boulevard is a very narrow street with single-family residences on both sides. And a lot of cars, and a lot of a lot of people, and people start getting hit. And in 1969, there were 5 people hit in a 3-month period. And while we were wringing our hands, these 5 hits were all children. While other people were wringing their hands, a woman named Corinne Brazers stepped up. And she grabbed a handful of people and a handful of police reports, went to City Council, get some relief. City Council directed the city traffic engineer, Ted Noguchi, to do something about it. He met with residents of the neighborhood, and he rejected the most cheapest, easiest plan, and that would be blowing up the bridge over Barron Creek. But he did work with the residents and get the diverters put in that are there presently. That happened about 1970. And 10 years later, there's this huge development program that was suggested for the California Park development. And that was so large that there was a petition against it, and it got enough signatures for an election in 1981, and that petition failed. But that doesn't mean that other huge projects such as this one couldn't also be subjected to an initiative to limit its size.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is on behalf of a group. Chris Donnelly will have 10 minutes, followed by Dennis Tojo and Greg Goodwin, who will each have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Chris Donnelly, and I live on Pepper Avenue, which is adjacent to the proposed project. I'm actually here representing all of the residents of Pepper Avenue who have grave reservations about this project. The specific thing we want to raise tonight in terms of the EIR is parking. I know that parking is not part of a typical EIR. This was discussed at the last meeting on July 10th. In fact, Commissioner Keller raised this point. But as Chair Martinez said, this is not a run-of-the-mill project, and it's a huge project with huge impacts on the immediate neighborhood and beyond, and therefore a typical perfunctory rubber stamp approval process is not appropriate. I can't bring you to my neighborhood tonight, so I'm bringing my neighborhood to you via this PowerPoint presentation to show you the parking problems we already have, which the city knows about because we were meeting with them on July 10th while some of us were here at the hearing. And we have a lot of problems today that does not take into account the projects that are currently underway and huge ones like this one that are being proposed. I'm going to show a few maps on the screen here today. I provided a handout for the commission and staff to look at as well, which includes some photo documentation of some of the issues I'm going to talk about today. And you're certainly all invited to come to the neighborhood in person and see what's going on. So first of all, I want to remind you what our neighborhood is like. Pepper and Olive comprise a small family neighborhood that is between El Camino, Page Mill, and Park Boulevard. And although we're small, we're thriving. Very diverse neighborhood. We've got singles, we've got young families, we've got seniors and everyone in between. We also have residents who have lived in these homes for more than one generation. Increasingly, though, we are becoming a parking lot for all of the commercial businesses around us. It is already a problem, and this is what I want to walk you through today. First, I want to remind you that projects continue to be brought to our neighborhood, and I am very concerned that the cumulative effect of this is not being taken into account. So I wanted to first of all remind you of what's going on in our neighborhood. So first of all, if you look at the map, we have some buildings that are finished and have been finished for a bit, but are still fairly new. And on the map, those are in the upper left corner in blue, the AT&T building and the new commercial building that houses MindFlash. We have two construction programs currently underway. One is a building being built at Pepper and El Camino, and another is a very large building that's being built at Park and Page Mill. Then there are also now 3 projects, at least 3, I may have missed one, that are going through various approval processes in the city to be built. One was discussed at the last meeting as well on July 10th. That's the large complex being considered for Portage and El Camino, where Equinox is. That's only a block from our neighborhood. There's also a large mixed-use project being proposed for 441 Page Mill that will have 2 floors of commercial, 1 floor of residential, and this will be built literally in our backyards. And then we now have the project being considered tonight, which you can just tell by the big red box on the map, completely dwarfs everything else that is happening in our neighborhood. Now, everyone is well aware that El Camino and Page Mill is one of the worst intersections in the county. It is always congested no matter what time. I've drawn a black arrow here on El Camino representing how far back cars extend at a red light during off-peak hours. And I have a photo there from Monday morning at 10:40 a.m. of last week, which shows this. Essentially, if you live on Pepper and Olive, you can't use El Camino to get out of the neighborhood. The congestion is just always that bad. We have to take other routes, circuitous routes to leave. This also means that no one else wants to sit on El Camino waiting to get through that light. So when they have a chance, they cut through Pepper and Olive to take Ash to Page Mill or to take Park to California Avenue. It's quite dangerous because they drive as if they're still in El Camino. They drive quickly, they barely stop at the red lights, and these are narrow residential streets. The city is well aware of this problem. We actually have speed bumps on Pepper, but that hasn't really seemed to slow anyone down. Furthermore, this creates a parking problem in our neighborhood. And I'd like to go through 4 cases here quickly just to show you what's happening and to make a recommendation about what kinds of things should be looked at in a parking study. First of all, case number 1 is the parking lot at the building where MindFlash is. And I'm going to mention several businesses here, and I want to be clear that this is no way a criticism of those businesses. They provide parking. But I want to show very concrete examples of how people park in the neighborhood and how that really impacts how parking should be viewed. To get into that parking lot at the building there on the corner, you have to wait, first of all, to get into the parking lot because of the congestion. Second of all, whenever you want to leave that lot, you have to wait even longer. I have seen cars wait 5 to 10 minutes to try to get out onto El Camino because the congestion is always so bad right there. That's why some of those guests park on Pepper Avenue. Second case study is AT&T, which is on the corner. When they renovated, they increased their parking lot, which was fantastic. However, as you'll see from the photos, on any given day, Page Mill is where people choose to park between El Camino and Ash. It's almost always fully parked, even when at the same time there are open spots at AT&T. Now, not all that traffic is probably from AT&T. Some of it may be AOL or people who work in the building where AOL is. It's not clear to me. However, that street is almost always parked. It's also a hazard because those of us who are forced to use Ash to leave the neighborhood cannot see the oncoming traffic because of all the cars parked there. Case number 3 is Mike's Bikes at Olive and El Camino. They have a large parking lot, which you can enter from both El Camino and Olive. However, the entrance on El Camino is a little bit difficult to figure out. And the entrance on Olive is about where the O is on the map. So what customers tended to do, is turn left on Olive and park right on Olive without proceeding to the parking lot. So I provided a photo there of 5 cars parked on Olive when there was easily 10 or more spaces available in the parking lot. And the 4th example is the Kelly Moore Paint Store on Page Mill and Ash. Their parking lot is accessible from Page Mill Road. However, because so many people cut through the neighborhood to avoid the intersection, their customers cut through and park on Ash. I provided 3 photos from 3 consecutive days of 3 different cars that parked on the left side of Ash, but pointing towards Page Mill. We can easily tell they've cut through. Now, because Ash is now continually parked from Page Mill to Olive, a lot of this seems to be people who work in the AOL complex, the customers who cut through and can't find a space often park on the right side of Ash, right next to the no parking sign. This is not uncommon. There's nowhere else for them to go once they have cut through and are now stuck there. You can't turn left on Page Mill there. So, as you can see, we have a spillover parking problem. And these black bars here represent essentially where you will find street parking on any given day in our neighborhood that's not neighborhood residents. In fact, those of us on Pepper often have problems parking, or our friends, neighbors, or services have problems parking near our homes because of all the parking that's coming in. And this doesn't take into account the 2 projects that are currently being built. Nor does this take into account any of the projects that are in the pipeline. Now I want you to think about the J. Paul project, which is projected to bring thousands more people into this neighborhood a day. Judging by the square footage in the plan and using the city's formula of 250 square feet per employee, you come up with an estimated occupancy of about 2,300 people. Only 1,700 parking spaces are planned. This is a big deficit. And even if you want to charitably assume that a large percentage of those people are going to take mass transit, you're still saying that there's going to be 50, 75, 100 cars looking for parking in our neighborhood. There's no place for them to go. And let's be honest, no business in the Silicon Valley allows 250 square feet per employee. It's really more like 100. So if you use that formula, you're looking at 5,700 people occupying the space with the deficit into the thousands. We can't support it. We don't have the space. That's why we insist that a parking study be part of the EIR or done in parallel with the EIR, but done upfront now, because this will be one of the huge impacts of this project, and it should not be ignored. To do so would be irresponsible and, in fact, I think, negligent. Thank you.
Sure, Commissioner Keller, before you go, before you sit down, too late.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So if you look at El Camino in parts of, I think it's called Evergreen Terrace, there is such that the street is blocked, so there are only certain entries to Evergreen Terrace from El Camino, and you can only go the length of the first building.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if your neighborhood is considered proposing to the city blockage of Pepper and possibly Olive at El Camino in a similar framework.
This is exactly why we had a meeting on July 10th with a council member and with the Department of Transportation to see if we could put some sort of a barrier at the end of Pepper, and also looked at permit parking. They were very polite. But we definitely got the sense that they were discouraging those kinds of projects. And they essentially said that more study needed to be done, and that given this project, that there would be studies in this area, and therefore we should come and address ourselves to you all, which is why I'm here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Your timing was impeccable, by the way.
So the next three speakers are first Dennis Tojo, next after that would be Greg Goodwin, and then Fred Ballin.
Good evening, Chairman Martinez and fellow commission members. My name is Dennis Tojo. I live on Park Boulevard, and I'd like you to consider how severely and negatively this project will affect our neighborhood. As the previous speakers said, that parking and gridlock on El Camino and Pagement will become an extreme problem. Also, this project will severely and negatively affect the nature of our neighborhood. It'll make it basically a giant parking lot and will make it very inhospitable for families and other types of businesses in the area. I'm also extremely concerned about the parking lot that they proposed to be next to the public safety building, which will also negatively affect traffic and cause congestion pedestrian-wise as well as for cars, because there will be conflicting usage of that road to cross Park Boulevard. Also, I'd like the Commission to consider that the public safety building is in a really bad location, and that would have extreme egress problems for emergency vehicles for that site. Also, would like to comment that this project exceeds the floor area ratio by three times, and that a 4-story project is really not compatible with what Palo Alto is as a community. This project will also create stress on water, sewage, and power in the area, and also change and aggravate, the traffic situation in the area. Thank you for listening to my comments.
So the next three speakers are first Greg Goodwin, then Fred Ballin, then Bob Moss.
Good evening. My name is Greg Goodwin. I live on Park Boulevard here in Palo Alto. And I am here to ask that the council do something about this situation. Basically, on Park Boulevard, they have diverters in certain important places, traffic diverters, and they were placed there for safety reasons. With respect to the Page Mill and Park Boulevard projects, certainly we're asking that the council prevent any removal of those diverters. If those things are removed, it's going to be a really, really bad problem. It's going to adversely affect the safety of the neighborhood, adversely affect the traffic, adversely affect the safety of the children and seniors, and it goes on. But on several occasions, when work was being done on either Alma or El Camino, I have had an opportunity to witness a solid line of traffic on Park Boulevard that extended nearly a mile. The only saving grace was that diverter that stopped it from going all the way to California. And during that time, it was almost impossible for any resident to get in or out of their driveway, notwithstanding the fact that if there had been an actual emergency, God forbid, if it had been a heart attack victim, and emergency responders would have had to try and come down that street at that time, it would have been a bad day in the camp, to be honest. Excuse the demeanor, but it would have been a real bad situation. these are kind of, we're speaking about it, since I've been here, I've been hearing mitigation. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to mitigate a problem that could turn out to be very bad. It could bring a cataclysmic change into the neighborhood, but in the worst way. So we're just asking that, you know, you look at this very seriously, and we thank you for hearing us. Okay.
So next is Fred Ballin, followed by Bob Moss and Jason Robinson.
Thank you for the extension. The hoses were laid on Park Boulevard and elsewhere this week. They need to return in September to account for seasonal variances. But we need to go much further. At peak hours, the cloverleaf onto Oregon Expressway fills with a dozen vehicles, then backs up and onto Park Boulevard in both directions. Until El Camino Real traffic blocks the Page Mill Road intersection and the queue can begin to clear. We need to accurately measure the current wait times and queue lengths at the cloverleaf and its counterpart on the other side of Oregon leading onto Sherman Avenue and Park Boulevard. Then include reliable estimates from within the pipeline, including 411 Page Mill next to Kelly Moore, an upzone to merge one-story R1 into three-story mixed use. Hobach at Park and Page Mill, finally replacing the 50K of commercial and adding a topping of 84 housing units. And of course, this PC, 310K plus 46 more across the street. How many trips? First, scrutinize trip generation tables closely. 1, the suitability of the table selected. 2, sufficient data points to meet ITE standards. 3, the use of straight line versus curve fit graph. These choices have been used to overstate theoretical commercial build-out when residential will follow. Don't let it underestimate the forthcoming commercial impacts now. How do you deal with cumulative impacts without long-range plans? Not well, so here's a partial cheat sheet. For the 15-acre Fry site, with Sobrato as owner and the housing element approved, assume high-density residential throughout. For the GM zones, consider them a goner. Think research/office or PTOD. What about infusion onto residential streets, including those fed by the project's new Ash Street curb cut? Insist on proper tire studies and use a reasonable significance threshold of 25%. And what about California Avenue? In 2010, when the consultant asked the city whether to study cumulative impacts as required by CEQA, the reply was no, and so they were not studied. Which brings me to peer review. It's a very important and welcome addition, but only if it's completely independent from an expert who does not have a close working relationship with the city and is trusted by the citizenry. Hexagon or other familiar faces will not cut it. Hopefully no contracts have been issued prior to the scoping. The benefit of this project is at the top of the city's priorities, but there is not sufficient support from residents to fund it. Public confidence in land use matters is not good. And if the project is approved, residents will still have the final say. See independent peer review as an opportunity to build credibility and produce a better study. I have gathered a list of 4 possible names that I'm reviewing and will pass that information along to the city shortly. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bob Moss, followed by Jason Robinson, and then Millie Chethik.
Thank you, Chairman Martinez and Commissioners. Let me give you some history first. Before 395 Page Mill was built, replacing HP's first factory, HP had a meeting with the neighbors to find out what they would accept and what they were concerned about. And as a result of the meetings, HP agreed that when the project was developed, no buildings would be built beyond Pepper and Olive. That area would be used for parking and landscaping. These buildings violate that commitment. Second, in terms of traffic, parking, and employees, the standard of 250 square foot per employee for office space is obsolete. Last year, it was down to 176, and the projection is that by 2016 or 17, it'll be 150 square feet, which means you'll have 6 to 7 employees per 1,000 square feet. And a project of this scope would draw in over 2,100 workers. Even if 20% of them use transportation, you're still talking about 1,700 parking spaces and trips each way during rush hour. Now, adding that many workers also worsens the job housing imbalance, and we'll have ABAG pounding on us to build another 600 or 700 housing units just in order to accommodate this project. So the first thing that should be done is to eliminate one of the buildings completely and not allow more than 130 to 140,000 square feet of office space, and also scale it down from 4 floors to 3. By doing that, you can get the parking off of an underground garage and put that on the parking lot. And the underground garage, which will be 13 feet deep, penetrates the contaminated aquifer, which in this area, over here it's about 14 feet, and over there it's about 12 feet. Secondly, the contamination levels in the corner down by Park and Olive range from 150 to 38 ppb of TCE, where the toxic level is 4. Also, that's very close to the police station. If a police station is built across the street, it must have subslab ventilation and a vapor barrier, and it must be tested periodically to make sure that there is no contamination, vapor intrusion into the building. And the same is true for any building built on Park Avenue. By the way, at the back of, it's not showing it, at the back of 395 Page Mill, the concentration of TCE is 100 ppb. So we have a real problem with contamination, with health risks, with parking, with traffic, with excess generation of jobs, and an impact for housing. Outside of that, this is a wonderful project.
Thank you.
So Jason Robinson, then Millie Chethek, and then David Adams.
All right, thank you very much. So I agree with pretty much everything that's come before my speech here. But Chairman Martinez asked earlier for explicit requests for what would go into the EIR, so I'd like to take some of the implicit requests that I've heard and meld those into something explicit. So number one is a request to look at the city as a whole. So I think Chris did a great job of showing all of the competing projects that are south of Page Mill, and on the Palo Alto website, you can see that there are quite a few north of. And as each of these competes for resources such as parking, traffic, and so on, I would like to request that it explicitly be addressed that this project, it basically explicitly address how this project works within the confines of all of those other projects. Second, I would like to, as a gentleman brought up, or two gentlemen brought up earlier, request that we take a look at the models, the assumptions, and the data that we're going to collect in this risk assessment. So our ability to decide whether this is right for the city and our community is based on how much effort we put forth in having confidence in our models and having confidence that the assumptions of those models give us the right answers. Thank you very much.
So next is Millie Chethek, followed by David Adams, and then Dick Rosenbaum.
Good evening, commissioners. I totally agree with the comments that have been said before me, and I will be very brief. The development at 395 Page Mill needs to be scaled down to approximately 140,000 square feet, whatever. Traffic from 101 to El Camino will add congestion to Page Mill Road and El Camino Real, an intersection that is already the busiest in town, and we don't need the gridlock that will ensue. There will be intrusion of parking into the adjacent neighborhoods. There will be an impact to pedestrian as well as bike traffic. The increased number of cars will make an already unsafe Park Boulevard even more unsafe. How is the city planning to mitigate the effects of such mass density, additional roads and entryways onto Page Mill Road, an overpass for bikes and pedestrians. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is David Adams, and then Dick Rosenbaum, and then Art Lieberman.
David Adams, Olive Avenue. It's sometimes difficult to imagine the size of these buildings from a plan, so I spent a few minutes this morning trying to visualize this project. So the Menlo Park Safeway is 65,000 square feet. The additional buildings on 395 are 311,000 square feet. So that means adding 4.8 Menlo Park Safeways to this site. And that's in addition to the existing building that's already there. So how can this possibly be compatible with the neighborhood? So that's got to be studied in the EIR. There was a reason why HP built the existing building, or put it where it was, over on the Page Mill side. That's to keep it away from the single-family residences on Olive. Anyway, to get on, most software startups around here, they're using something called an agile methodology. I'm familiar with it because it's what we use at work. So you don't get cubes anymore. You don't get offices. All you get is a 4-foot-long table. And you work in ad hoc groups with a laptop. So you form a group, and you go to a place, with tables, and it facilitates. You're in a small area, and it facilitates communication and rapid software development. So you just have to Google, startup occupancy rates, and you'll see that there's like 100 square foot per employee talked about as the new norm. So with this occupancy rate, this gives a 3,110 employees in these new buildings alone. There's no reference to the parking ratio in the current report, whereas from the 424 staff report on page 3, there was. So I quote from that report: the applicant is proposing to retain the 3% reduction to the number of parking spaces provided on site, otherwise required in accordance with the 1 to 300 parking ratio. So using the model in the staff report, 1 employee per 300 gives 1,036 employees, thereby giving a difference between the two extreme models of 2,074 employees. So it's absolutely critical that the correct and realistic numbers are plugged into the EIR and not something that's just unrealistic. It's not even clear what number staff intend to use because it's not in the report. Thank you very much.
Finish your last point, if you will.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's not clear what number is going to be used, so that's a big concern for me. And Commissioner Pennelly was spot on in the last meeting by raising this as an issue and calling and saying that if they use the 1 to 250 model, then it's delusional. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dick Rosenbaum is up next, then Art Lieberman, and then the last speaker is Shani Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dick Rosenbaum. In the interest of time, I'll simply read my comments. When I sat up there, I didn't like people to read at me, but it is much quicker. This proposal raises interesting philosophical issues such as how much development we want in the city, or should the city be selling zoning. But for the EIR, the main issue has to be traffic. I have 2 suggestions. The first has to do with the different ways that a traffic consultant and a layperson analyze traffic. The primary access to this site is Oregon Expressway, either from 280 or 101. Given that, the non-expert might well go to observe the Oregon underpass, say from 7:30 to 9 in the morning. He would quickly conclude that it is obviously crazy to add more traffic by changing zoning to add 300,000 square feet of office space. Now, obviously crazy is not a term of art used by traffic consultants. They will measure traffic volumes, rate intersections, and provide a lot of numerical data. I think it would be helpful if the EIR attempted to relate the professional analysis to what the ordinary person observes by looking. It's similar to the old saw about who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes. My second suggestion has to do with the routes to and from the site and the Oregon Expressway. In the morning, heading either east or west on the Expressway, there is an available exit to Park Boulevard. In the evening, you can, at least in theory, get on the Expressway heading east, but there is absolutely no access if you want to head west towards 280. Now, it would be an exaggeration to say that you can't get there from here, but I don't think the city would care to publicize to the neighbors the possible routes that you would take in getting to 280. I believe the EIR should pay particular attention to how you go from the site towards 280. Thank you.
Art Lieberman, and then Shani Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Art Lieberman. I live in Barron Park. And I also want to talk to you about the transportation issue. One of my points was brilliantly explained in that recent Palo Alto online article on July 20th entitled, "Palo Alto Races to Predict Traffic Future." And unfortunately, I think Palo Alto is losing the race. The planning department seems to be on an ever more rapidly moving stairway, struggling to keep up with the increasing number of projects, one by one, treated in isolation, when the traffic and the transportation issues really are in common, and they should be really treated together. And they should be treated in consistency with the California Area Plan. All of these projects that we heard Chris speak about, they all seem to be PC projects. They each require traffic studies, mitigations, and so on, modifications. The only people who are happy about that kind of work flow are the people who are the consultants doing the traffic studies. If you had actually a California, if you're really working with a California Avenue comprehensive plan or area plan, you could actually see if, in fact, this project would fit into that plan, and if it didn't, and this project wouldn't, then you would just move on to another project. So some suggestions for the EIR. Instead of spending more money now on a traffic plan for this EIR, I would suggest that you really put this project on hold until you complete the California Avenue, or the city completes this California Avenue specific plan and the El Camino traffic plan. In the consent calendar for the City Council on June 24th, there was actually an approval for spending a good bit of money, up to $1 million, for some studies to complete the plan. And in fact, it says here in that appendix that the California Avenue Area Concept Plan is supposed to be published in the fall of 2013. The review of the traffic report by the PTC for this particular project is supposed to be late August. So it seems to me that this project should really be put on hold until that area concept plan is completed. The same holds true for downtown, where the planning department is besieged with developers wanting to build office buildings when parking problems are at the breaking point. There's so much talk about traffic and parking, and this is all of the conversation has been tonight, that I'm afraid that the PTC is going to be called the Parking and Traffic Commission. So one issue that I would like to Commissioner Martinez's comment earlier about making these EIRs more accessible, is that instead of producing a traffic plan, which is another fixed volume of paper, which is going to take a little difficulty for people to actually understand and investigate, make it such that it's an interactive study that actually people can access it and do what-if studies and look at the consequences of removing a particular project or changing a project or altering a design. Thank you.
Thank you, and Shani Kleinhaus is next.
Thank you, Shani Kleinhaus, resident in Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I usually don't pay attention to projects in the city. And in this case, I was also going to talk about birds, but I want to say something before that, which is that I'm probably some of the spillover traffic. I go through those neighborhoods when I go to California Avenue, and I think I will stop going to California Avenue. So, because there is no way to get there anymore from where I live if I don't go through those neighborhoods. It just gets too difficult. But I'll get to the birds now. So, there are two things that we started asking, Audubon started asking for many of the new developments that are coming along the bay in every one of our cities. And those have to do with bird-safe design of new buildings and with mitigation of nitrogen emissions that are due to new traffic, new daily trips. The issue of bird collision with windows is becoming a big problem in our area because we're having so many glass windows and so many buildings that like to see through the building. Well, when we can see from one side of the building to the next, so can the bird, and they don't know there's glass in the middle. So when we're trying to do sustainable things like have a lot of light in the buildings, we're also exposing birds to a lot of risks. For many years, there were no solutions to bird collisions with structures such as buildings and windows. There's more and more now coming through, and so we would like the EIR to evaluate and mitigate and find solutions. They're out there. San Francisco actually has an ordinance and how they can build new buildings. The city of Sunnyvale is working to examine that. There are some in San Jose. It's coming in. Google is doing it. Intuit is doing it. Apple is doing it. Every building should do it. Another one of the issues is nitrogen emissions. There is plenty of science now to show that when emissions from car trips go out, there's nitrogen in it, and the nitrogen acts as a fertilizers on our ecosystems, and the action as fertilizers encourages invasive species, eliminates native species, and that has been has a nexus to elimination or disappearance of endangered species in grass in native habitats, especially on serpentine soil. And so the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Conservation Plan asks new car trips to mitigate for that, and they have a formula. And the city of Palo Alto, this project and others, if they choose to mitigate, which is a comment that we would like that to be mitigated, can use the same way that San Jose and other cities that are participants of the HCP are doing it. They don't need to do it through the HCP, but they should mitigate. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all very much for coming out tonight and for your help in scoping the environmental impact report for this project. There is time. When does our scoping end? Do we know? Tomorrow, end of the day?
Correct.
Okay. There is time for all of us, any member of the public, to submit written comments for the scoping of the project, in addition to your comments tonight. So I hope you take advantage of that. Let's bring this back to the Commission for additional comments, beginning with Commissioner Keller.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. The first thing is that obviously one of the comments that was made that is a very high-level comment from a member of the public is what is the assumption on occupancy? And if you assume it's one for every 250 square feet, then the impacts will be a lot less than if you assume it's higher occupancy. And I was also concerned about the claim that the existing building has had a parking based on 1 in 300, but that's probably because it was originally zoned GM and then rezoned to, I guess, ROLM. And when that rezoning was done, the parking was not changed because that's not a requirement of the parking. But I think that needs to be looked into as this project is examined further. And then with a PC, I think that there's, on an existing site, there should be an opportunity to do that. There are a couple things I talked about last time in terms of reliability utilities in the area. I'm not sure if I talked about the capacity of Caltrain, considering that in the last 5 years or so, Caltrain usage has been dramatically increasing. The question is whether the Caltrain capacity, even with electrification as proposed, can handle the capacity of additional traffic, transit use to the site as proposed, and I think that is a limit on how much transportation demand management can be done on this site. I'm concerned about emergency vehicle access as well. I think that there's a concept called TIRE. I think that's traffic intrusion to residential environment. And the question is, the particular should look at TIRE analysis for Park Boulevard, for Olive and Pepper, and also, as mentioned by former Mayor Dick Rosenbaum, the issue of access on Park Boulevard to, I think it's Sheridan, is that right? Or is it Sherman? I can never keep those two streets apart. But that's effectively the route to get to 280, is to go over the overpass and then come down the other side and then enter on Ash Street from the north. And so that access is to be concerned. And in particular, in terms of the TIRE index issue for for Pepper, is the consideration of providing blockage so that there's not entryway there. Another way to deal with the traffic intrusion into Pepper and Olive is, as was suggested to me by Commissioner Pinelli, is to have I believe it was Commissioner Pinelli, have a right turn only lane on El Camino northbound as it approaches Page Mill Road. And if that starts at Olive, then there's enough distance to get in it and people to get out of it, and that will allow people to pass through. That right turn only lane may be right turn only or buses, because the buses have to be able to get through. Maybe that's the way to work it. I don't know, but that's something that should be considered in terms of that blockage. I'm sympathetic to the seasonal variations in traffic. It's certainly worthwhile doing the analysis now for the rope analysis on the various streets in order to be able to do the traffic analysis for August. But I think that for the EIR process, that should be redone as I agree, in September. There's more school traffic, more work traffic, and so that there will be undercounting if that's done now. I would suggest story poles to be placed on site as it proposed, so people have an idea of how big the building would be and how big the parking lot would be, and that's commonly done in large projects. I understand that there was pushback on a cap on occupancy based on the parking allowance, but if there's not a cap on occupancy, certainly TDM measures should be considered so that any occupancy that exceeds the estimated occupancy is TDM all the way down to that level of occupancy. Finally, I'll close with a few alternatives to be considered. The first alternative is one fewer building. The second alternative is that you don't split the office and parking. Instead, you place some office for the project on Park Boulevard site, and you swap that with parking so that there isn't as much crossover over Park Boulevard. Alternatively, a pedestrian bridge, which was also suggested last week, at the last meeting. And the final alternative I want to propose is as the developer originally proposed to put housing and things like that on Sherman, at the parking garages, parking service lots there. I think that that's something, a location that should be considered for public safety building, and place public safety building and parking on one of those sites, and perhaps put the additional parking that's lost on the other site, or something like that to consider in terms of how that would work. And the site at Park Boulevard and Sherman for the public safety building would be a much more accessible space, would be not nearly as landlocked, and I think it would provide pretty much the same benefits to the public safety uses, and would also provide the benefit that the people who work in the public safety building would be better able to frequent the stores and restaurants on California Avenue, thereby increasing the vibrancy of that location. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Pedali?
Yeah, I'm going to get a little specific here about, and I agree with what some of the speakers said. I think in this EIR, traffic is going to be probably the most important aspect of it, with the one exception being analysis of the pollution plume. I think that's pretty important as well. But I'd like to see the EIR model the extremes of the occupancy assumptions. So 100 square feet per employee, 150 square feet per employee, 200 square feet per employee, and 250 square feet per employee. I think by sort of looking at each one of those, I think at some point we'll see what the breaking point is, and maybe we won't, but I think it's important for us to really see sort of the whole spectrum. Based on the results of that, then we can decide how to mitigate it. I have to say I'm pretty sympathetic on the parking issue. If a neighborhood wants a parking program, a permit parking program, I'm really having a hard time understanding why we don't give them a parking program. It seems to have been working in, what do we have in College Terrace? From what I understand, it seems to be working there. So and we asked Mr. Paul at an earlier meeting, and he specifically said, as I recall, and hopefully I didn't just string this, but as I recall, he said he fully parks his developments. So if that's the case, then a permit parking program shouldn't be a problem. And thank you. And then I want to talk about an alternative, because I also share concerns about the amount of potential pedestrian traffic by having a single-purpose parking structure on the Park Boulevard site and employees crossing there. That intersection, or that stretch of park, is so dangerous already, with traffic that's going south on Park. Some want to do the Cloverleaf to get onto Oregon Expressway, and then there's that painted green bike lane stripe. And every time I'm there, I swear I see a near accident. So I'm concerned about that. And if we just add potentially hundreds or thousands more daily pedestrian trips, I worry that the worst is going to happen. So I would like us to look at an alternative. Oh, wait, one more point there. I'm also concerned about the vehicle access in and out of the police station for that Park Boulevard site. And I saw our esteemed police chief here earlier. Is he here? Okay. And I'd like to comment on this, but I'd like us to look at an alternative where the Park Boulevard site is a building that parks itself, is an office building that parks itself, and the police station, an alternative to put the police station on the northwest corner of, what is it, Ash and Page Mill, for a couple of reasons. Number one is I think there's better ingress and egress there. You actually could end up having one way in and out off of Ash, and one way in and out onto Page Mill. I think it could be done in such a way that it reduces the massing along Ash so that it lessens the impact on the neighbors in the olive and pepper areas. And especially if it's only done as a 3 or 2-story building, and then you get sort of that, you could put the 4-story buildings back in the northeast corner or slope it so that it's more towards Park. And it would potentially reduce the number of potential incidents for employees going across Page Mill, because if you have an office building on the Park site that parks itself, then that should reduce the number of pedestrian trips across Park. Thank you.
And through the chair. Yeah, just like to make one comment, actually 2 comments. First, even if it's not included within the EIR, there's going to be a parking study associated with this project. And even though the mitigation measures might not be shown in the CEQA document, if there's parking impacts and there's a nexus, those could be incorporated into the PC or the conditions of approval. So staff is committed to doing a parking study for this project and the impacts that it could potentially have to the surrounding neighborhood. And then to the question of a residential permit parking program, I don't think that's out of the question. I think we're evolving from a policy standpoint within the city, looking at RPP programs in various neighborhoods, and this could very well be a neighborhood that has an RPP program because of this project or independent of this project.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I clarify one thing? Commissioner Keller mentioned the right turn only lane off of El Camino onto Page Mill / Oregon Expressway. And I did refer to that or recommend that at one time, but that would have to be done in conjunction with a right turn only green light, because one of the reasons why that lane backs up so much is there's pedestrian traffic that those people turning right have to compete with. And there might be something that can be done there.
Yes, but I also, Mr. Planning Director, I wanted to clarify that both of the suggested alternative site plan arrangements will be considered in the scoping. Is that correct? When you were responding back, you weren't addressing that issue?
I don't think I'm in the position to address every single issue that we go through tonight. I had an answer to that specific one, and the issue of parking came up. But it definitely, I guess it depends how many alternatives are said here tonight. I mean, if we get 26 alternatives, there's no way we can analyze all of them. But we'll definitely take into consideration all the comments. And some alternatives may end up being hybrids, based on everyone's comments. As in addition to commission generated alternatives, there could be ones that we hear from the public, ones that we hear from that staff that we want to analyze an alternative. So generally, we'll look at at least 5 alternatives within the EIR.
Yes, you won't get 26 alternatives. You'll only get 7. Commissioner King.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, City Attorney Silver.
Yes. If I could, it might be helpful to, as we do have the police chief and some of the police staff here, if the commission does want to have a dialogue at this time about public safety building alternatives, it might be helpful for the EIR process.
I love our police chief. Thank you for being here. But this is scoping, and so I don't think it's necessary for the police chief or any of our consultants to weigh in on the suggested items. If there's something else you had in mind, or is it because this is a public hearing and we don't get the chief here that often that it's an opportunity to hear from him? Or
exactly. There are a fair amount of residents in the audience. It may be productive, and it may not be. There will be plenty of time for that dialogue to occur.
Chair, what do you think? Chief, you want to speak to us? You're back. I know we've heard from you at one of our last meetings. There's been 2 suggestions from commissioners, an alternative location for the public safety building. The first by Commissioner Keller was on one of the city-owned parking lots off of, what's the street? Park and Sherman, near the courthouse. And the second one was at Ash and Page Mill on the site that's part of the new proposed development. And I guess the opportunity is if you had any comment or had considered those locations, and we can get some feedback from you on that.
Sure. Thanks, Chair Martinez. Dennis Burns from the Police Department. With regard to the location at Ash and Page Mill, call it further west, I think it's important to remember that when we look at the public safety building as we've designed it so far, you know, you see 3 stories going up, but it also involves 2 stories going down. The question being, could you accommodate that at these other locations? If you're asking me if they're deal breakers, I don't think the Page Mill and Ash one is. I am concerned, though, that we're closer to the neighbors, the neighborhoods, and we're very concerned about keeping our noise profile down, our traffic profile down. I have not looked into the other location north of Page Mill, and I think we'd have to study that. Obviously, there's a lot to consider on that side as well. With regard to the traffic, I know you didn't just ask about it, but you know, I think it's important to remember that we really encourage our patrol officers to be in the field, and they're much more effective there. Their response time is shorter, and that's, you know, their office really is their patrol car. So certainly they begin their day here at City Hall or wherever else, you know, the future of the public safety building will be. But it's not, we really try to have them out in the field so that they can be seen, deter crime, enforce laws, be effective in traffic enforcement, and that we're not effective when we spend a great deal of time inside the station. In fact, we urge our supervisors to have our patrol officers do as much work in the field in their patrol cars as possible.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, you care to? I do have a response to that, and I know this community is very proud of our police department, and I think my feeling is that proposed location is a little bit hidden, that we'd like to see it sort of expressed architecturally, that you could see it, that you could be close to it, that it's not removed. It's a little bit contrary to what you just said, but it's kind of a public presence that you see in other communities, in Santa Clara, and that places that have built new police buildings where the public safety building is part of the community. And this other site, to me, as an architect, is remote. So I understand the part about the police not coming in and out, but there is a sense that this is a place of refuge for the community. And I know I don't go there often, but when I do, I feel really welcome there, you know? So that, you know, it's another way of looking at it as kind of one of our sort of public entities. And that's why the suggestion of these other 2 locations to me sounded promising.
That's a great point, and I think we're going to be effective wherever we are, and we will go where ultimately the building is designed and built. And I mean, the most important thing for us is that we, you know, have the people in place and are prepared to do so. And We want to be part of the solution, and we're certainly here to work with all the community members, the developer, all of our great partners within the city, and we thank you for all of your attention on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner King.
So I'll try and be brief. I guess my greatest concerns regarding the scoping aspects, my greatest concerns are, as mentioned by other commissioners, is the occupancy, accuracy of the occupancy numbers, and then also regarding the traffic study, the capacity of the consultant's modeling to accurately reflect the realities of what is an incredibly complex ingress and egress, where there are, I know Commissioner Keller mentioned that, people would go, if they leave the building to get to 280, they'd go across Park and onto Sheridan, but also there's the way of onto Page Mill, the Cloverleaf, back onto Alma, north, and then back down on the Cloverleaf and back that way. So it seems, I can't think that it's a case study I would expect. It's the most complex traffic study you could do or close to it. So I'm concerned about the accuracy of that. And then, and I don't expect an answer from staff tonight, but I would, as we move forward, in talking about occupancy limits, setting some occupancy limits, it's somewhere between a cross between a sacred cow and a third rail or something. I assume it's because it would involve actually inspecting and determining numbers of employees, and then there's probably little precedent. I know there are occupancy limits, I believe, in for residential developments, that you can only have so many people per room or something. But I am curious about, is that being done anywhere else? And I know it's complex because not only do you have with the current workplace, not everyone always has a desk, and you get people who are a mix of working at home, working in the office. You get contractors. So I'm sure it would not be a trivial matter, but it seems that if we are going to rely on a occupancy for our EIR and parking studies, that we might want to figure out how to have teeth in that to ensure that we aren't under-parked and over-trafficked. So, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Alto.
Okay. This is a scoping session, and as such, I think a sufficient number of alternatives have been identified, and I think I won't add to them. But I also want to suggest that, the process is somewhat superficial because the alternatives evaluated never really draw as much scrutiny from community members as the project does. So to some extent, the suggestion of this police structure in different locations will be evaluated by our staff, I'm sure, thoroughly. But the number of community members who might be absolutely against another location could be drastically different than the number of community members who are opposed to this location. So I'm always, it's always sort of a superficial evaluation to some extent because it doesn't quite get the same scrutiny. And I'd like to sort of speak to some of the residents and community members that are here today. And for those of you who came at 5, I think you would have heard that this neighborhood is adjacent to an area that is destined for some dramatic changes. And I wouldn't describe the blocks that some of you live on as particularly ideally suited for single-family residential. That's not to say that I don't think your homes should be there. I'm just saying it's not ideally suited. And some of the projects that were described by some of the speakers are projects that are, some of the other projects and the impacts are projects that are going to increase the residential component of this neighborhood. There's some residential units being added, some mixed-use developments. And I think that's actually going to enhance the livability of this neighborhood as opposed to detract from it. But I want to highlight something that we already all know, which is that parking issues are not unique to this neighborhood or these streets. And this is yet another example, and Commissioner Pennelly mentioned this, but I think it's worth repeating, This is yet another example of a neighborhood that would be well served by a parking permit program. And I, for one, adore our city staff, and I would never challenge their dedication to this city. But the reluctance to implement a residential parking permit program, or more aptly, the speed or lack of speed at which the city is working to implement a residential parking permit program is devastating. And it's like a point, I wish I could be prouder, but I just want to suggest that it sort of blows my mind that we're dragging our feet. We're pitting residents against residents. We're pitting homeowners against business owners. It sounds like a majority of these residents, if they didn't have cars parked all in front of their houses, would be much happier and maybe less concerned with this project from a parking standpoint. So obviously, RPP should be included in this evaluation, but let that be a message. I mean, the notion that these RPPs are complex from this commissioner's perspective is a little insulting. And I say that because we have San Francisco as a model, and almost 99% of its residential neighborhoods have these programs. Like we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. I want to close by saying one more thing, because I think parking and traffic are the two main issues here. I don't think the density, I think the density issues, which we'll hash out later, are much more difficult to be opposed to. But I want to suggest that the types of campuses, the types of companies that come to campuses like this, that come to properties like this, often innovate their traffic solutions. And I don't know if that's going to be a part of the scoping. But for example, I think the San Jose Mercury states that, noted that there are 8,000 employees between Genentech and Google that ride their buses. And that's an insane number. And I don't know to what extent our scoping will evaluate the potential that maybe the type of employer that would occupy a campus this large would institute a private mass transit solution that would alleviate some of the traffic concerns that exist, that have been highlighted here. So I know that this evaluation will include, the train stations component of the mass transit, but whether or not these private mass transit solutions, which are becoming increasingly popular, Facebook, Google, Yahoo, Apple, every big tech company is utilizing this, and I think the perception, at least from my perspective, is that this is being developed as a campus, but I don't know that for sure. So I think to some extent that should be included in the scoping.
Thank you. Commissioner Tanaka.
So I don't know if it's because I sit next to Commissioner Olszak, but he had some of the things I was about to say as well, which is I do believe also that this area is very unique in that it is an area that's actually in transition, obviously evident by the CalAV concept plan. And I think the really good question is, what should this area really be eventually? I think that a residential permanent parking program probably makes a lot of sense to kind of provide some relief for the neighborhood. But I can tell you this, having been very involved in College Terrace residential permanent parking program, and also the attempt at Professorville, it's not such an easy thing to just do it, because there's people who want to pay for it and not want to pay for it. So I understand staff's caution in trying to make it happen, because it's not such a simple proposition, although it definitely seems to make sense here. I wanted to know from staff if the impacts of not having a new public safety building will also be considered. That's the other thing that I've been thinking about. So we tonight been hearing a lot about the issues, right? And the issues are serious and impactful, and I definitely can associate with that as a homeowner myself. But what is the impact because I'm thinking about the greater good. What is the impact for the city overall if we don't have this public safety building? I think 3 of us have served on an IBRC. We realize the need for this. We realize the cost. I mean, I think we certainly had a recent bond measure survey, and there wasn't a huge uptake in increased taxes to pay for this. But I guess I would, if it's not already, it would be interesting to see if we could have this as part of the study as well. What if we don't have it, right? What if we don't have the impacts, but we don't have the public safety building? What does it mean for Palo Alto as a whole? And what is the greater good that we're trying to achieve? And this kind of brings up the other point is, who are the constituents here in this neighborhood? And so I think it was a week ago or a couple weeks ago, the commission walked up and down this whole area. And while this area, a lot of it is single-family housing, a lot of it's not. And what would be really interesting to know is, well, what percentage by land area is truly residential? I happen to know that there's quite a few startups in this area that are working out of houses. Whether it's appropriate or not is another story, but there is certainly a lot of commercial use in this area. So it'd be interesting to know by land area, by landowner, by use, really what is this area today? What is the baseline today? I know that's a little bit hard to figure out since it's not necessarily, you don't see necessarily a sign on the window. But it would be interesting to know who are the constituents in this area and what is this area really like today? Like, for instance, there's a bunch of single-family homes, as we know, in the Red Square, which obviously are not being used as single-family homes right now because there might be a new project on Page Mill. I guess the thing I would like to hear also, and it's mainly because we have a lot of the public here, I know it's not necessarily part of the scoping, but the purpose of tonight's meeting is not to approve or disapprove of this project, is really to figure out what is the appropriate things we want to measure to determine whether this project's appropriate for the city. But I would like to hear, I guess, because I see the applicant here, if it's okay with the chair, but I really like to hear what the applicant thinks in terms of, I think he realizes probably that there's a significant benefit being brought to the city as a whole, perhaps, through the public safety building, but there's going to be some serious impacts to the neighborhood. I think we all acknowledge that, and we want to mitigate that. And I'd love to hear the applicants, if you can entertain that, Chair. What would be some of his ideas to help mitigate some of those issues?
This is not the place for that. As much as we'd like to hear what the applicant is thinking, it's really not the place to entertain a dialogue about sort of, how this project is going to fly and like that. I don't know, staff, if I know you don't want to get in the middle of debate between commissioners, but in my view, I think there'll be time for the applicant to weigh in on this. So, if you have any further comments?
No, I think that's fine. And I acknowledge that this is not necessarily part of the agenda because this is a scoping meeting, not a mitigation meeting. But I know a lot of people came out here and it's late. People spent their time, and they might want to hear an answer. But that's why I say that, is because I feel for the residents, and I know that they might want to hear an answer. But it's your choice.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make one comment following up on Commissioner King's and Commissioner Alczek's comments regarding occupancy counts. And I would say, looking into this, I think the occupancy counts are important, but I think what's more important is the overall vehicle trips. And when we take a look at occupancy counts, and let's say we increase the overall parking based on these occupancy counts, and each parking space facilitates another vehicle trip. So really what's going to drive traffic overall is the amount of free parking on site and the amount of free parking within the neighborhood. So I think looking at this, I think we're going to, whatever plan we do, not only for this office, but anywhere, I think we're going to have to be more aggressive with RPP programs so that there isn't the free parking that can drive people and encourage people to drive to the sites. And also take a look at, to what degree does each parking space drive a vehicle trip to that site, and how can we get more creative and more aggressive with our transportation demand management measures?
Okay, good point. but I'm sure Commissioner Keller has something to offer.
Thank you. So there's a great quote by a philosopher named Schopenhauer, and he said that in theory there's no difference between theory and practice, but in practice there is. And so let's suppose, just for discussion's sake, that the number of cars that we expect to come from this project under some reasonable scenario to go from 101 to this project was, say, 100 cars an hour, just for discussion's sake. I assume that, I know that number is ridiculous, but let's just assume that. One way to measure it is to elicit the volunteers from the city of Palo Alto, residents from Palo Alto, who would hang out on east of 101 on Embarcadero Road, and somebody with a stopwatch would say, okay, every 30 seconds or 40 seconds or however many it is, you enter, go through the cloverleaf, come out on Oregon Expressway, and see what happens to the extra 100 cars traveling in that hour westbound on Page Mill Road, and see what happens to traffic. And that'd be an interesting experiment to do in contrast to all the theories and measures and statistics. Actually see what happens. Thank you.
So, Mr. Planning Director, your suggestion is that it doesn't really matter how many people, just how many cars we park, correct?
I wouldn't say I want to put it that black and white. I mean, I think it matters how many people ultimately, but I think what matters more in terms of impact is how many cars are going to the site, not necessarily how many people are in the building.
So how do we guess how many cars are going to the site?
I don't think you guess. I mean, what I think you do is, number one, you take a look at what other companies have done, companies like Genentech, companies like Facebook, companies like Google, who do have proven track records of reducing the overall amount of cars going to the trip. And you don't reinvent the wheel, but you replicate what's working. I think that's what you do, A. I think, B, what you do is you take a look at the overall parking situation and determine where are people parking either on-site or off-site, and then don't allow as many places to park in those circumstances, especially within the residential neighborhoods.
So you do a kind of a San Francisco plan, and you just say, you can build it, but they can't come, basically.
Or, I wouldn't say, I don't think we have the luxury of the transit system that San Francisco has, so I don't think you could be that aggressive. But I think you have to have aggressive tracking and monitoring, and to Commissioner King's point overall, it is a lot harder to go inside the building and count the number of people. It's easier to track the number of cars that are coming to and from the site.
Commissioner Alto.
If I can just respond on this one topic, which is to say that, nobody's complaining about the number of people who are doing work in this city. The complaint is the impact, the success of the businesses that employ so many people is having on traffic and parking. And I think that we have to be brutally honest with ourselves, which is to say that we welcome, developments that meet our guidelines, but it can't impact our residents to such an extent. And if we allow, the traffic demand management solutions they're like taxes. You encourage behavior by how much you tax it. If there is no parking on these residential streets for these employees to park in, and the lot's full, it doesn't matter if they're at one person per 200 square feet or one person per 100 square feet, they're gonna have to find a different way to get there. And I think that it just seems cruel for the city to encourage this development, welcome this public benefit, while not at the same time preserving the standard of living that some of these residential, we're talking about very small streets. We're talking about 3 or 4 streets, no parking for more than 2 hours at a time, and then otherwise it's a permit. You have to have a permit on your car to do it, just like they do in Noe Valley, which is a residential neighborhood that happens to be close to a BART station. And if they didn't do that, then every resident that wasn't in walking distance of the BART station would park in front of the homes in Noe Valley. So I think that we need to evaluate the impacts of as many employees are going to come, but we also need to be realistic, which is to say that we have the power, and when I say we, I mean City Council and the City and Planning Department has the power to encourage the sort of use that wouldn't mess with the standard of living of our residents. And I feel like we're beating around the bush here. And until we say, this is a great, let's say this is a great building, great, you're going to bring 1,000 employees, whatever, but you only have space to park 5, which means they better carpool. And then you know exactly how many cars are going to come, only the number that are available to park. And if it's such a pain in the butt to get there, then the company might have to institute, they pay for Caltran passes for their employees or whatever it is to encourage it, because at the end of the day, they're there to make money. And if they can't rent the building to an employee, I mean, you get my point. There is a public benefit here that's being proposed, but it shouldn't be at the expense of these small groups of residents that we could solve their problem like that. Or at least their parking problem. The traffic is sort of a different issue, but anyways.
Vice Chair Michael. Sorry.
So on July 10th, we met for the first time on the scoping for the project, and we didn't have a large turnout of people from the public to comment, so we asked for the second meeting. And I would really like to commend the community, the residents, for coming out. And I took extensive notes on your comments and thoughts and ideas, and also really appreciate the outreach by the staff to expand the efforts you made to encourage and stimulate the comments. And I think we've done our job in that respect, and your work will take advantage of all the comments. I think that the proposed project is very significant. It's a very big project. I think it's going to be transformational. The question is whether it's going to be transformational in a good way or not. And I think that's really what the EIR needs to address. And going back to my first comment, the recognition of all the questions raised by the public are quite useful to understand which way this is going to go. The next issue I have is obviously this is a process, and hopefully the process will result in something which is optimal for the community in all respects, or you have the proper set of trade-offs. Right now, the city is working on the California Avenue concept plan. It's working on an amendment to the comprehensive plan, both of which had extensive work and are reasonably close to the finish line. So I think that in the ideal world, it would be nice if there was some greater finality about both the CalAV concept plan and the comprehensive plan update, just to see how such a big project fits in with the vision, policies, and programs that we endorse. And I think this also goes to many of the comments we heard earlier tonight go to cumulative impact, the importance of assessing that, the complexity of assessing that. And in these other plans, not to mention the rail corridor study and other things that are, that are capturing our imagination and are moving, or variables. All of these affect whether the 395 Page Mill project and the Park Boulevard project will be successful as they're envisioned. So if it were up to me, I would like to see these the larger plans coalesce into their closer to their, or if not their actual final form, before we had to say go or no go on such a big project, which is so important. But if that's not possible, then we need to be exceedingly careful. I think that the proposal of a public safety building as a public benefit, as an element of our approving the planned community zoning for the project, is very noteworthy. It addresses probably one of the biggest needs that the community has, and it's very shrewd on the part of the developer to recognize this is such an important need for the city. At the same time, when Commissioners Pinelli, Snock, and I served on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, which took up among its various issues the issue of the need for the public safety building, in the following up from an earlier public safety building commission, which had strongly recommended this as a critical need of the community. We came to the same conclusion. And more recently, the city has done some survey of whether or not the public support to fund this critical infrastructure need of a public safety building. And as I understand it, it's a little iffy whether the public really gets the importance of this critical part of our city. And therefore, we look upon the developer's proposal to provide this to the city as an exceptionally wonderful thing that maybe we will, it colors how we see the other issues in the project, and that I find that troubling, because I would think that if Palo Alto residents who are collectively very smart, collectively incredibly well informed, don't get how important it is for us to support the location and creation of an adequate public safety building. This is something that we ought to be willing to pay for ourselves. If that were the case, then the public benefit proposals, there were some early proposals from the developer here that I found in many ways more interesting and more of a benefit than the public safety building, assuming the public would finance it directly. Relating to what would go into the California Avenue area, possibilities of public parks, plazas, parking structures, other infrastructure improvements in the area would seem to me to be exceptionally well received and of great benefit to the public. But those were sort of taken off the table because this public safety building, which the public is reluctant to support, at least in their polling responses, makes this something of a great temptation for the city to endorse. And so I think that we've been successful tonight, certainly beyond my wildest expectations, in getting a very articulate outpouring of suggestions and comments and thinking from the public. So good on that. I think the alternatives to the project isn't really what we're going to sort of adjudicate tonight. My own personal view is, probably a reduced project would be something that would be optimal. However, I think that the public benefit that's offered in terms of the public safety building is so important that if we're not willing to pay for it ourselves by supporting a bond measure, then shame on us. But I think that we're tonight have done good work on the draft EAR and getting the comments. So I want to thank the public. You've done well.
Okay. I'd actually thought before the meeting that I would try to go first and sort of frame the discussion around what would be the expectations of our comprehensive plan in reviewing a project like this. But I thought, well, no, let's see where it goes in terms of our discussion and what the public has to offer. But the comprehensive plan is relevant to this scoping. We saw in the prior project for the golf course that there is even a section in the draft EIR for urban planning and city policies. So over last weekend, while all of you were at the beach, I sat and went through our comprehensive plan. First, to decide for myself, is it still relevant to things like this? Because there's been recent discussion that the city doesn't have a comprehensive plan. That, it was done in 1998 and it's expired. Well, to kind of paraphrase, I don't know who, the rumors of the demise of a comprehensive plan have been greatly exaggerated. Mark Twain. So I put together about 10 of our most significant policies and I tried to do policies, not programs. I slipped in a goal just because it was easier. And these are the ones that come up time and time again when we're reviewing a project. So they should be incorporated into the scoping for the EIR. For example, the first one, right off the top in our land use element, policy L6, where possible, avoid abrupt changes in scale between residential and non-residential areas, and between residential areas of different densities. That's sort of a part of our core beliefs, that when we introduce a project, that it has to, the scale has to relate to what's there. I may not agree that the housing that's there now isn't the best location, but it's there. People live there, people love it, and people are here tonight to defend it. So the EIR has to address this question. And typically the way it addresses it by says, well, the ARB will adjudicate this, and they'll tell them what the architect has to do to make it in scale. Well, that's part of it, but that's not the complete story. I think the EIR has to establish what measures are going to make this policy work for this development. And so on to the next one, L7, evaluate changes in land use in the context of regional needs, overall city welfare and objectives, as well as the desires of surrounding neighborhoods. And we've heard what the surrounding neighborhood has talked about, the desire, don't impact us with parking and traffic. Commissioners have supported that. Please make that a significant response of the EIR in details. How are we going to address the desires of the neighborhoods? Don't push it down the street to the ARB. How does the city, the developer, planning staff address that? Policy L7, preserve the character of residential neighborhoods by encouraging newly or remodeled structures to be compatible with the neighborhood and adjacent structures. Okay, we have a real incompatible issue to address. 3, 4-story high buildings next to 1-story high houses, or nearby, I won't say next to. And so the policies here go on, and they're right out of our current comprehensive plan. And they're definitely relevant to projects like this. Transportation element, the goal, a transportation system with minimal impact unresidential neighborhoods. Okay, I mean, it says it right there. Address that goal and policy within the EIR. Tell us how we're going to do that. Policy T47, discourage parking facilities that would intrude into adjacent residential neighborhoods. Again, the business and economic element, I mean, even our business and economic element, which is encouraging business vitality. Policy B1, use a variety of planning and regulatory goals, including growth limits, to ensure that business change is compatible with the needs of Palo Alto neighborhoods. We should be addressing things like that in our environmental impact reviews. How is this compatible? Policy B24, foster the establishment of businesses and commercial services in the California Avenue Business District, this is right there, that serve the adjacent neighborhoods. Okay, that serve it. That's right in our comprehensive plan. We need to address this in our EIR. The governance element. And I want to also, as the vice chair did, commend staff for this. Encourage development of new planning processes that emphasize collaborative exchanges of ideas, reaching out to the neighborhood more than we have traditionally did, looking at alternatives like what Commissioner Alchuk has discussed. We need to be addressing this in each of our environmental impact statements, right out of our comp plan. And the comp plan update, I spared you going through all of the new things that we haven't yet adopted, but by the time this project comes back to the Planning Commission for review, to the ARB, the comprehensive plan will be adopted in early next year when this project comes forward. The applicant should be looking at this. The environmental impact consultant should be looking at our updates and see issues of sustainability, of parking, of what we've addressed as current needs should be addressed in this environmental impact statement. As I said last time, we need to make it more than just the checklist about how we mitigate things by educating people or having workers sit down for a 2-hour course of reducing impacts. We really have to look at the impacts that are going to be real when this project is developed. Thank you. Staff comments, commissioners, if there's no more, I want to thank you. And like the Vice Chair, thank you to the community for being here, and please come back next time. We will close the public hearing, close this item, and move on to commission business. Before I forget, our secretary reminded me that the council will be back in session in August, and we need commission representatives. In the past, we've assigned one commissioner per month. I'm going to try what we did last month and assign 2 commissioners, and that way if one isn't available, we can trade off. And I'm going to ask Vice Chair Michael and myself to serve for August, and we'll figure it out after that. The director's report. Director Atman.
All right, so I'll just go over a couple upcoming items. As Chair Martinez stated, Council is back in session in August. A busy agenda of course, August 5th. Two important items that are on that agenda. Number one, the living in vehicles ordinance will be considered. This was considered by Policy and Services in late June and forwarded to the full council, so they'll be considering it. We expect an extensive discussion from people that are both support and have concerns about the overall, so it should be a good discussion overall. I think we've scheduled at least 2 to 2.5 hours on the agenda for that one item. The council will also be considering overnight parking restrictions in the Crescent Park neighborhood near the Newell Bridge. So that's another item that's being publicly noticed and will be considered by the council. That's it.
Hold on. You had mentioned the canceling the first August meeting. Do you want to update us on that?
Correct. So we had relatively light agendas planned in August. I wanted to take the cancel the first meeting in August so that staff and I could work on the structure of the staff reports, just take a look at what's working well, what isn't working well within staff reports, and catch a breather. And council had the month off. Planning Commission didn't, so different departments got a chance to take a look at what they're doing and improve on what we're doing. We didn't have that opportunity because we did have commission meetings throughout the month of July. So I'd like to take those 2 weeks within August, have kind of a staff report, look at them, and also invite the chair and vice chair to come and sit down with staff and take a look at the staff reports and see what's working well, as what can be improved. And any other comments that commission members have, feel free to send them to me, and I could communicate those to staff as well.
Commissioner Keller.
What are the when are the next steps with the downtown cap, and when does that come back before us?
So we interviewed downtown development cap consultants. We interviewed 4 different teams, all well qualified. Commissioner Alchek helped us out on that interview panel. We're talking to the team that's the finalist right now, working out some of the details of the overall contract. I expect that contract to go up to council sometime in September, and then work to begin shortly thereafter. So I think one of the first things that we'll do is come to the commission to have a check-in on the overall scope of the contract at that point, or what our first steps and how we'll get going.
Do you know what the council's agenda is for Monday?
Say it again.
The city council's agenda for Monday.
Yeah, those were the two items that I went over. The living in vehicles.
I thought they were coming to us.
No, the living in vehicles ordinance is the big one. That's the big action item on the agenda. There's a number of consent items on the agenda, including a couple grants that Transportation Division is involved with. But the main ones from our standpoint are the living in vehicles ordinance, as well as the Crescent Park overnight parking restrictions.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Keller.
When Charleston Arrestero Road was being considered, there was a moratorium on development within that range early on. Is there a potential for, and you don't have to answer this, but is there a potential for a moratorium on downtown development while a downtown cap is being considered?
In terms of a moratorium, and I'm not going to go into details because it's an extension, but this is public knowledge, the downtown development cap that was created in 1988 said that up to 350,000 square feet could be built, and at that point, once we reached that 350,000 square feet, there was 3.5 million at that time, so about a 10% growth rate that will have a moratorium while we work these issues out. Now, at that point, that was predicted to happen in 7 years. It didn't happen in 7 years. It's 20 some odd years later, but we are approaching that. So if it does hit the 350,000 mark, the way that the ordinance is written now, there would be a moratorium that's put into place.
Before we go to subcommittee reports, let's approval of minutes for June 12th and June 26th, 2013. Commissioner Keller.
I move approval of the minutes for June 12th and June 26th as amended.
Second by, motion by Commissioner Keller, second by the Vice Chair, Michael. No comments? Those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now we'll come back to subcommittee reports. Commissioner Alto.
So I just want to share two updates. The first was the interview process that I participated in. I actually don't know who the finalist is because I only voted the points that I was given to vote, and that hasn't been made public. But I just wanted to share that in general, the teams that we interviewed as a group were outstanding and really impressive. And I think it was sort of a proud moment for me to see this sort of caliber of consultants that our RFPs attract. So I just want to mention that. And then the second thing I want to mention is that I attended a community meeting for the Crescent Park community where Jaime Rodriguez presented on the item that's on the agenda for City Council next week, which is the overnight parking ban. I just want to sort of highlight summarize real quick what they're doing so that you guys are aware of this, because I was a bit confused as to why we never reviewed this sort of specifics. But essentially what they're doing is they're instituting an overnight parking ban from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. on streets that have 70% of the homeowners supporting it, which is a really odd way to seek community support, because you have, let's say, a street that's directly adjacent to higher density housing that's suffering from people parking in front of their homes. Those people are very much in favor of it, so there's like overwhelming support on that block, and then it moves. The concern is now that every block will have to institute it because these cars will keep getting pushed down. Interestingly, there is a parking permit program that's being offered, which is that you can come to City Hall and buy a daily parking permit if you're a resident of Crescent Park for $5 a day, which amounts to like $1,800 a year. And I just want to mention this because, again, this didn't really come to us. I'm not sure why it didn't. Maybe you can sort of tell us why we didn't really get to discuss this before it went to City Council. But there was it was maybe 30 or 40 people in the room, and the overwhelming majority of them said they would, there was a lot of sort of contradiction, but all of them said they would not oppose this if the restriction, overnight parking, they could obtain a permit to park their vehicle in front of their home overnight. So it's sort of like the solution that's going to be proposed, which is a temporary 1-year overnight parking ban, is they're finally going to get their curbs back, but they won't be able to use them. And so I mentioned that tonight only because we talked about RPPs a lot, and this is yet another community which seems to have a very simple solution but can't seem to get it, and they're going to have an imperfect solution. And there were neighbors who were like, I park on the street every night, what am I going to do now? And so, anyways, I don't know why we didn't really have a more specific session about that.
We could bring that back. I think it was just the speed at what it was going at. I think in general we have to have broader discussions about RPP and then about specific neighborhoods, because I agree. I mean, I think they're appropriate for a lot of neighborhoods and eventually, sooner than later, appropriate for that area of Crescent Park.
Commissioner Tanaka on the business element? On the business element?
Okay, so we had a business element meeting today. We actually had one. Actually, did we talk about that one at the last meeting? Okay, so we had a couple. One was with the Chamber of Commerce, and then one today. Basically, we're doing a lot of outreach, trying to get feedback on the business element to try to make it kind of match the constituents' expectations. So I think we've done a really good job getting a lot of feedback. I think it needs still quite a bit of work, but I think Vice Chair Michael is actually going to take point on some of this. So thank you for your work.
Anything else? Yes, Commissioner Pinelli.
How can I say this without being too specific and therefore having to agendize it? What should the process be going forward if, say, one or more of us want to create a new subcommittee? There was an avenue that was pursued that is dead end. So I feel like we can't move an idea forward.
Have you mentioned it to me in the past? Just ask me, and we'll try to work on it.
Well, the downtown parking subcommittee, and yes, we've talked about it, and I did what you asked, and that.
Oh, okay. Actually, we didn't, but let's try it again. Let's talk about forming that subcommittee, but not now.
Okay.
Is that okay, City Attorney? I know you wanted us to kind of deal with this whole issue of, bringing up new topics at our retreat, but I don't see a retreat in the horizon, so we're going to form a subcommittee with your support. You okay? Okay. Commissioner Keller, yeah.
Yes, I'm hoping that in the near future there'll be a meeting of the transportation element so that we can actually have the document come before us at the end of August. I haven't had the opportunity to meet with Jaime Rodriguez, although I've met with the other members of the staff lately.
Drum roll, Jaime returned all the comments that he took a look at the transportation element while he was away from the office for a couple weeks, and he has all the comments back now, so we should be able to get something out to you at least a week or two in advance for a subcommittee so that you can take a look at it.
Great. I expect to be around much of August, so that's sooner the better. Thank you. And I just want to observe that there are neighborhoods that have been concerned about residential parking permit programs for some time, and it's quite interesting that Crescent Park bumps ahead of some other neighborhoods that have had a long-standing problem, and I'm concerned about that.
Be a perfect solution, but it is not the same thing.
Okay, hold off.
I'm just mentioning that because I agree with you.
No,
So the
no,
neighborhood
wait,
around
wait,
Arbor
wait.
Real also asked for that years ago.
Commissioner, can we do this? Why don't you speak offline because we're kind of agendizing something right now with this discussion. Okay? I'm sure they're happy to answer your question. On the transportation element, it is supposed to come back to us 28th of what? Yeah, it's supposed to come back to us the 28th of August. So
Correct.
it's got to move to the subcommittee pretty quickly.
Yep.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Nothing else? Meeting is adjourned at